Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was Batman and fell in love with Ochako? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Yagi, The Batman Beyond by Black Arrow 170. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. News reporter. News today: it is the 15th anniversary of the disappearance of the Batman. For our younger viewers, the Batman is believed to nothing but urban legend. The Batman was a masked vigilante who roamed the streets stopping multiple villains. He was also involved in multiple operations involving other pro-heroes who helped save the world itself. In fact, the last known sighting of the Dark Knight was 15 years ago. Nobody knows who or where the Batman went or what happened to him, but this reporter likes to think he's on a beach enjoying life with close friends and family. On the sidewalk during the morning, Izuku was walking alone on the sidewalk to his school. He kept his head down listening to the news on his phone until he was pushed to the ground. He didn't need to think about who pushed him, as he knew it was his sister Izumi as well as his former friends, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsumi Bakugo did it. As Izuku tries to get up, Katsuki stands on his back, pinning him to the ground as they all laugh at him. Katsumi. Wow, Izumi, I can't believe you are related to such a weakling. Katsumi. I am sorry, Iz-kun, but this is for your own good. Izumi. I know, right, Izumi. I wish things could be different. As they were about to beat Izuku, the bell for lesson went off. Katsuki. You got lucky this time, Deku. Just remember to stay out of our way, you useless nerd. Katsuki proceeded to kick Izuku in the stomach and throw all the contents of his bag across the floor. They laugh as the group walks off. Izuku tries to catch his breath as he collects his things from the ground and limps to class. The day went on like all the others the previous years, with Izuku being harassed and bullied by his classmates. As the day had come to an end, Izuku was packing his things away until his hero analysis notebook was taken from his hands by Katsuki. Katsuki. Hero analysis for future, he says in a mocking tone. Izuku. Hey, give it back, Kachan, he says as he tries to grab his book, only to be held back by Izumi's telekinesis. Izumi. Why don't you give up? You can't be a hero, you're quirkless, she says as she pins him to the wall with her quirk. Izuku. So what? Izuku replies with angry in his voice. Katsumi. So you're weak, Izumi. Pathetic. Katsuki. And completely useless. After hearing what his former friends said, Izuku hangs his head as his sister drops him to the floor. The group began to turn to leave the classroom when Katsuki stopped and turned around facing Izuku as he smirks. Katsuki. Hey nerd. As Izuku turns his head to face his former friend, he watches as he uses his quirk on his notebook, burning it. Izuku's eyes widen as he watches all his work being destroyed. The notebook fell to the ground with a thud. Katsuki. You know, if you really want a quirk, there might be a way. This statement causes Izuku to look from the burnt remains of his workbook to Katsuki. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray for a quirk in your next life, he says with a smile. This caused the group's eyes to widen at what he told him to do. By this, Izuku grabbed his things and ran past the trio and down the hallway. Izumi. Izuku, wait, she yelled at her brother, trying to make him stop, but Izuku didn't listen and kept running. Izumi was about to run after him, but as they were about to go. Katsuki. What's the point in giving the nerd hope? After this comment, Izumi turns around and slaps him across the face. Katsuki. What was that for, Izumi? How dare you? She says with venom in her voice. Katsumi. What is wrong with you? Katsuki. What, Izumi? Did you forget why we started doing this in the first place? Katsuki. TCH. Quote, he looks away from them. After this, the trio went to go to Izumi's house. While this was happening, Izuku was wandering under a bridge. Unaware to him, a pile of green sentient slime was behind him. Sludge villain. Nice, a medium-sized skin suit. Izuku looked around. Where did that voice come from? Before he could do anything, a viscous sludge-like substance very quickly overwhelmed him. Sludge villain. Hold still, kid. He began to suffocate him. Izuku. What is this thing? As he began to lose consciousness, he heard SMASH. As All Might looked at the victim, realizing who it was, he became extremely concerned. All Might. Izuku. All Might. Hey kid, you alright? All Might was slapping Izuku lightly. As Izuku regained consciousness, he looked up to see the shining smile of his favorite hero. Izuku. Ah, All Might. All Might. Well, thankfully looks like you fine. Izuku. CCC, can I have your AA autograph? He says, extremely nervous. All Might. Way ahead of you, little one. All Might handed Izuku one of his notebooks, and sure enough, there it was. Izuku. TT, thank you so much, All Might. No problem, but unfortunately I have to get this villain to the nearest police station. He says this as he gets ready to leap away. Izuku. Wait, I have a question. He says as he grabs a hold of his leg. As All Might leaps away, after a short time he lands on the nearest building. All Might. I love my fans, but there are boundaries. Knock on the door for a while, someone will let you in. He says as he begins to walk away. Izuku. Please see, can someone quirkless like me hope to be a hero like you? He says with his eye closed, waiting for his response. All Might. Izuku, I am sorry, but if you were to get hurt or worse killed trying to become a hero, I will never be able to forgive myself. I hope you can forgive me for what I'm about to say in the future. All Might. Q quirkless. No, I don't believe so. It's an admirable goal, but it's just not realistic. Why not become a police officer or a firefighter if you really want to help people? It was the same response he has been getting all his life, but hearing it from someone he admired, idolized, hurt more than anything else. Izuku had his dream completely shattered. As Izuku stood there broken from what the hero in front of him. Izuku. I am sorry for wasting your time. He said quietly and in a broken tone. All Might. Think nothing of it, young one. Well, I'll be on my way now. All Might leapt away, leaving Izuku on his own. His tears hit the floor. He didn't even realize that the tears were his at first. He stood there until all the pain came out. He stood there weeping uncontrollably until he couldn't anymore. As he began to walk home broken. When he passed by an alleyway, he heard the sound of struggling. He looked towards the sound and saw 4 thugs cornering an old man. The old man was slouched down, clenching his gut like he got punched. Seeing this, Izuku immediately ran at the thugs. Izuku. Hey, leave him alone. Izuku leapt at the thug, throwing a punch directly at him. As it collided with the first thug's face, however, the remaining thugs overpower him and drag him to the ground. Thug 1. Hold that little shit, I'm going to teach him to mind his own business. Thug 3. Show him what happens when you try to play hero. As the thugs were surrounding Izuku ready to hurt him, they began to start kicking and punching all around his body until. That's enough. The 4 thugs turn around to see the old man they were beating on earlier glaring at them. Thug 1. Just hang on, we'll get back to you soon. Thug 2. Aw, forget the old geezer. The man then quickly swung his cane at the second thug, knocking him out with a thud. The other 3 thugs look at the man surprised. I may be an old man, but I can still beat you pathetic low lives. This comment angered the other 3 thugs. Thug 4. Kill the geezer. The third thug ran at the old man ready to punch him. The old man, though, just used his cane to block the punch and then hit him with the cane, knocking him out with it. Izuku was just on the ground watching in amazement at his moves. Thug 1 created a knife and lunged at the old man, only to be disarmed and struck across the head, knocking him out. Then the 4th thug started to walk up to the old man. The old man was about to take him out until he started to clench his chest suddenly and fell to the ground. Thug 4. Huh? Looks like your time's up, old timer. The thug pulled out a gun and was about to shoot the old man point blank in the head. Seeing this, Izuku immediately ran to the thug and punched him in the face, causing him to hit his head on the wall, knocking him out. Izuku stood there looking at his fist in shock before all his attention was drawn to the groans of pain coming from the old man. Izuku. Oh crap. Sir. Izuku then ran over to the old man and started to help him up. Izuku. Sir, are you okay? Do you need help? Groan, I'm fine. I need groan, I need my medicine. Izuku started to help the old man walk. Izuku. Where is it? My house. It's just down the street. Izuku then started to help the old man to his house. After about 15 minutes of walking, they finally made it there. Izuku was in complete shock. It was a hotel penthouse. The building was amazing. Izuku. Oh, what floor? Top floor. Izuku helped the man to the elevator and pressed for the top floor soon after the elevator reached the top floor. When the door opened they were met with a door to a penthouse. Izuku. Do you have the key? Open. Passcode Thomas and Matha Wayne. AI. Passcode accepted. Once the AI stopped speaking the door to the penthouse door opened. When they walked in they were met with a dark but huge room. Izuku carried the man to a chair and laid him down. Grown my medication is in the kitchen. Grown the bottle on the side with the blue cap. Izuku quickly went to the kitchen to retrieve the pills. He got the pills and a glass of water and went back to the old man. Izuku. Here you go. He hands the pills and water to the man. Ground thank you, Izuku. Don't worry about it. If it wasn't for you I would have been shot. That was a pretty heroic thing you did there. Hearing this made Izuku smile for the first time all day. Izuku. Thank you. I am Izuku Yagi, he says as he puts his hand out. Only to be shaken by the man. Bruce Wayne. Izuku. If I may ask, where is your family or carer? Bruce. No, it's okay, my parents died when I was 8 and I don't have any other close family. Izuku. Oh, I am sorry for bringing it up, Bruce. It's fine, what about you? Izuku. What do you mean, Bruce? Any family? Izuku. Oh. Yeah, you know, mother, father, sister, all that. He says as he looks at the floor, not wanting to look him in the eyes. Bruce. Are you okay? You paused before saying anything. Bruce says as he looks at Izuku, curious at why he paused. Izuku. Well. When I was 4 I was diagnosed quirkless, and things changed. My parents stopped noticing more and more, and my sister and who I thought were my friends started to bully me every day for the last 11 years. Bruce. Really, Izuku? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dump my problems on you. Bruce. It's perfectly fine, Izuku. Thank you for your time, but I should probably get home. But is it okay if I use your bathroom, please? Bruce. Chuckle, sure, it's down the hall. Izuku got up from the couch and walked away. He never asked where exactly the bathroom was, so he aimlessly walked from room to find the bathroom. Izuku. How big is this place? As he walks into a room that looks like an office or study room. With rows and rows of books, he doesn't know why, but he was drawn into the room. As he was looking at the books on the shelves, he accidentally bumped into a head statue, knocking its head open. Izuku. Oh God, please don't be broken. As he went to check if it was broken, only to find out that the statue had a red button in it. Being curious, he pressed the button. As he did this, there were sounds of gears and machines were heard behind the wall as it went inwards and separated, revealing. As soon as Izuku saw the suits in the case, he recognized them immediately as the suits of the Bat family: Nightwing, Robin, Batgirl, and the Bat suit itself. While he was taking in what he was seeing, his eyes landed on the final suit. It was simple in design, all black with red for the symbol, while the only other color on the suit was the silver for the belt. Izuku. This is the Bat suit. I can't believe this. Wait, doesn't that mean that Bruce has to be all? Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit across the back of the head, causing him to hit the ground. Izuku turned around to lock eyes with Bruce. As he did so, he noticed Bruce had an extremely angry look on his face. Bruce. Get out. Hearing this, Izuku got up as quick as he could and speed walked his way out of the penthouse. As he was standing in front of the elevator doors, he looked back and saw Bruce walking towards him. In fear, he turned round and backed up to the point he was pressed up against the elevator doors. Izuku. I am sorry. I swear I was just looking for the bathroom. Bruce just stared daggers at Izuku. He then took a step forward, being only a foot away from him, before saying, Bruce, if you tell anyone about this, I will find you no matter you go. Am I clear? Izuku just nodded his head fast. Then the doors to the elevator opened, causing him to fall backwards into the elevator. As he watched the doors close, he could still see Bruce looking at him until the doors fully closed. After this event, Izuku was making his way home, mentally freaking out about what happened. Izuku. I can't believe I just met Batman, the Batman. Izuku was freaking out until a news report caught his attention. As he turned, he saw a crowd of people watching the report. He walked to the back of the crowd to see what the report was about. News reporter. This just in, a villain with a sludge quirk has broken into a home and taken a family hostage. The heroes have created a border around the house ready to breach the home, and it appears this just in, the heroes have breached the home to find both parents have unfortunately been killed. Fortunately their son and daughter can now be confirmed as alive and well. However, the villain has not been apprehended currently. Hearing this, Izuku was in shock. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how the villain could have escaped the police and All Might. As his mind went back to his encounter with All Might, a wave of realization hit him as he remembered grabbing All Might's leg. After the realization, he grabbed his mouth in shock. Only one thought was on his mind. Izuku, it's all my fault. Those people, those children. I am sorry. After this, he realized what he had to do. He turned around and sprinted towards the penthouse. He ran through the lobby to the elevator and went to the top floor. As soon as the doors opened, he ran to the door. Unfortunately, it wouldn't open. Unauthorized access. Izuku. Damn it. Izuku then looked to the side of the door and noticed the call button. He pressed the button and began to speak. Izuku. Bruce, please, I need your help. I know you said to leave and not come back. But I need your help. There was no response. Izuku. Please, there is this villain. I need help finding him. It was my fault he got away from the police and crows. He killed 2 people and made 2 kids into orphans. Please help me stop him. After a few seconds there was still no response. Izuku grew frustrated. Izuku. Fine then, I'll find and stop him myself. You're no hero. You're no Batman, you whacked out old fraud. Izuku slammed the button before walking to the elevator until he heard the door behind him unlock. Izuku looked at the door and just smiled. As he turned around and walked in the penthouse, going directly to the office he was in before. Bruce was on a computer while Izuku was looking at the bat suits. Bruce. Izuku. What's wrong, Bruce? With what happened and how many heroes are coming after him for what he did, he is probably trying to get out of the country. Judging by the direction he was heading, as well as security cameras and traffic cameras across the city, it's safe to say that he is heading to the docks. Izuku. So what are we going to do? Bruce. I can't do anything. Izuku. But you're Batman. Bruce looks at his original bat suit with tired eyes. Bruce. I was Batman. Izuku. So, what can we do? Bruce. I can give an anonymous tip to the police and crows, but the likelihood of them seeing it is slim. But it's better than nothing. I'm sorry, I did all I could. After saying this, Bruce walks out of the room to get his phone to make a phone call. When Bruce left, Izuku slumped on the side of the desk and looked at the bat suit before standing up and looking directly at the suit. After a few minutes, Bruce walked back into the room. Bruce. I've made the call, so I think it's time for you to leave. As Bruce looked up, he saw that Izuku was missing as well as his latest suit. Bruce gave an unamused look with a hint of anger. Izuku stole the bat suit. Currently he was trying to glide through the city the best he could, trying to avoid hitting every building near him. While the suit is in glide, there are retractable wings shaped like bat wings that come out of the suit. They are black on the outside and red on the inside. As he was gliding, he was zigzagging back and forth, trying desperately not to hit into a building. Batman. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be. Izuku then started to fly towards the top of a building. He retracted his wings and clumsily rolled on the roof of the building. Batman. That was graceful. He picked himself up off the ground and walked over to the edge of the building, and looked at the docks with a determined look. He jumped off the building and began to glide in the direction of the docks. Batman. How did Bruce stop any crimes going this slow? All of a sudden he had rocket boosters coming from his boots, accelerating him faster. Batman. Okay, gotta focus. I can't let that villain get away with what he did. Izuku landed on the roof of a warehouse and started looking around the dock. Batman. If I was a big snot ball, where would I hide? As he was scanning the dock, he looked at a cargo ship. He smirked and began to head towards the ship. Izuku entered the ship and started to look around, going from room to room until he found a room with gas tanks in it. As he walked up to each one of the tanks until he saw a small piece of slime on the edge of the tanker's hatch, Izuku takes a few steps away from the tanker before going through his belt until he finds a bat-shaped device. He then got into a stance ready to throw the device at the tanker. As he was about to throw it, a green slime tentacle struck him across the face, sending Izuku to the other side of the room into a wall of wooden boxes, while also making him drop the device to the ground. As Izuku got out from under the boxes, he saw the sludge villain form in front of him. Sludge villain? Who the hell are you supposed to be? Yagi. Batman. Who said that? The villain looked at Izuku like he was crazy. Sludge villain. Who do you think, freak? It's Wayne. There's a radio reserved in the cowl. Batman. That's pretty cool. Sludge villain. What's cool? The sludge villain was getting frustrated about being ignored. Bruce Comlink. Get back here and return that suit now. Batman. Now isn't a good time, he says as he noticed the sludge villain approaching him. Bruce Comlink. That suit doesn't belong to you. The sludge villain sent a slime tendril at Izuku. Izuku quickly grabbed a batarang and cut the tendril off the villain before throwing it at the batarang on the floor, causing it to blow up. As it was exploding, Izuku ran and dove behind the boxes, protecting him from the explosion while the sludge villain was caught in the explosion. As the explosion died down, Izuku hopped out from behind the box. Batman. That was easier than I thought. Bruce Comlink. Good, now get back here. The heroes are on their way. Leave catching the villain to them. Batman. Sorry Mr. Wayne, I can't do that, not after what you did. Bruce Comlink. This isn't your responsibility. Batman. I am sorry, but that's where you wrong. He got loose because of me. I'm just as culpable as him for making those kid orphans. I have to make it right. Unaware to him, the sludge villain was reforming behind him. Bruce Comlink. You're untrained, impulsive, and letting your emotions cloud your actions. You could get hurt if not killed. Batman. I understand, and I will return the suit after this guy is put away for what he did. With Bruce at his penthouse tower in his office. Bruce. Fine then. You give me no choice. Bruce then types a command into his computer. A small piece of the desk opens up and a red button comes out. Bruce pressed the red button. Back with Izuku at the ship. The bat suit suddenly started to short out, making him unable to move. Batman. HW, what did you do? Bruce Comlink. It's a failsafe. It paralyzes the suit if the wrong person gets into it. I gave you a choice to stop. Batman. Why you can't? Bruce Comlink. I just did. Izuku was completely unable to move when the sludge villain reformed. He grabbed Izuku and threw him in the air and slammed him to the ground. Batman. Groan. Sludge villain. Well, the wannabe hero isn't as tough as he seems. Izuku struggled to move while the villain was standing over him, getting ready to kill him. Batman. Please, he's going to kill me. Sludge villain. You got that right, kid. He saws as he starts to beat Izuku with his tendrils. Back with Bruce. Bruce gave in and pressed the button again, giving Izuku control again. With Izuku. As the sludge villain was about to hit Izuku again, the suit became less tense. Not wasting a second, Izuku flipped out of the way of the attack and got in a fighting stance. Bruce Comlink. Now bring that suit back. Batman. After I take this guy down. Sludge villain. Who the hell are you talking to? Bruce Comlink. Aim your fists at his eyes. Batman. Why? Bruce Comlink. Just do it. Izuku did what he was told and aimed his fists at the villain. Before he could think, the suit shot out a small bat-shaped disc projectile. The villain acted quick enough to protect his eyes. While he was blinded, Izuku ran to a deeper part of the ship. When the sludge villain looked back to where Izuku was, he noticed he was gone. Enraged, he started looking for him. In the other room, Izuku was squatting behind a large canister. Batman. What's next, boss? Bruce Comlink. Now you get out of there and coming back here and giving back the suit. Batman. And let him get away. Bruce Comlink. The police and pros are on their way, they'll take it from here. Batman. I can do it. Bruce Comlink. I'll shut down the suit again, and this time permanently. Bruce was about to press the button until Izuku started to speak. Batman. I've heard about what happens to your family. I know how you lost your parents. The guy who turned 2 children into orphans is in the other room. This is our one chance to nail him. I know the person who took them from you was never caught, and I know stopping him won't truly take the pain away from them. But can you truly tell me you hadn't wished that someone found and brought him in? Izuku slumps down to the ground. There was a few seconds of silence before. Bruce Comlink. What do you see around you? Izuku just smiled before hopping to his feet and looking around. Batman. There are a lot of canisters of liquid nitrogen. Bruce Comlink. His quirk makes him a liquid right. Batman. And liquid freezes. With the slime villain. Sludge villain. Where are you? Before the villain could do anything, a batarang flew in front of him. The villain looked to where it came from to see Izuku standing on the railing before jumping off and running into the other room. As Izuku did this, the villain chased after him. As soon as he made it to the other room, the door behind him shut. Sludge villain. What the hell? As he looked back at the door, there was no one there. Suddenly there was a noise behind him. He turned and attacked where he thought the noise came from, only to hit a box. Getting a little scared, the villain started to freak out. Sludge villain. Who are you? What do you want? There was a slight moment of silence before a voice could be heard echoing through the room. Batman. You killed 2 people. Sludge villain. You're doing this for those fucking nobodies. The villain yelled as he was looking for Izuku. Batman. No, I'm doing this for the 2 children you made into orphans tonight. The villain started to back up until he hit a canister. As soon as he hit the canister, two batarangs struck the canister behind him, causing it to break and pour on the villain. As soon as the liquid nitrogen hit him, his body began to freeze. Sludge villain. What have you done to me? While the villain was freezing, he looked up and saw Izuku walking out of the shadows. With his remaining strength, he asked one question. Sludge villain. Who are you? Batman. I am Batman. He says before punching the villain, shattering him into pieces. Later, the cops and pros have arrived on the ship. As the pros entered the ship, a wave of cold air flew past them. When they got further into the ship, they found where the chill originated from. Being ready for whatever was behind the door, they burst into the room to find nothing but green ice arranged in a bizarre manner. Seeing no threat, the pros called the police down to secure the area. What happened here? Didn't expect you to be her, Tsukauchi. Tsukauchi. I am a police officer, but why are you still her, Aizawa? Aizawa. Does the position of the ice strike you as odd? Tsukauchi. A little, but why is the ice green? Aizawa. It's the villain we were looking for. Tsukauchi. Is he dead? Aizawa. As long as his eye are intact, he'll be fine. He says this as he looks up to the catwalk. Aizawa. Follow me. He says this as they walk out of the room and up the stairs to the catwalk. As soon as they made it above the ice, they looked down at the ice. Tsukauchi. What's that, a calling card or something? Aizawa. It's a bat. 5 minutes before this, Izuku was gliding through the city. Batman. Thank you for helping me stop that guy. I'll head back and return the suit. Bruce paused for a few seconds before responding. Bruce Comlink. It's late, how about you go home and return it tomorrow? Batman. Are you sure? Bruce Comlink. Yeah, come by tomorrow and give the suit back. Batman. Oh okay, thank you Mr. Wayne. As Izuku made it back to his home, he landed on the roof of his house, getting ready to enter his room window before hearing something come from his sister's room. Izumi. OMG. OMG. My ma'am is magnetic and my dad is All Might. All Might. Yes Izumi, it is I All Mega. All Might reverts back into his small form. Izumi. Dad, are you okay? Inko. Yeah honey, your father's perfectly fine. Izumi. I still can't believe it. My parents are 2 of the best pro heroes to ever live. Wait till Izuku find out about this, he'll be so happy. Inko and Toshi look at each other before deciding to speak. Inko. Izumi, we would like you to keep this a secret from Izuku for now. Izumi. Why? Toshi. We don't think Izuku will react well to finding this out at the moment. Izumi. Really? Oh okay, I promise I won't tell him. Inko. Thank you honey. Izumi. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Toshi. There is actually. He proceeds to explain the history of One for All. Izumi. Gee, that's a lot to take in, but why are you telling me this? Toshi. Because I want you to be the 9th wielder of One for All and my successor. Izumi thinks about this for a few seconds before replying. Izumi. Why didn't you give Izuku this offer? Toshi. The reason why we didn't offer Izuku this is because we see more potential in you. There was a moment before Izumi responded. Izumi. Okay, I'll become your successor. They all share a hug before Inko decides to speak. Inko. Let's go celebrate, shall we? Toshi Izumi. Yeah, let's go. After hearing this, Izuku left for his room to change and go to sleep for the night after hiding the bat suit in his room. The next morning, Izuku was woken up from his sleep with a knock on his door. As he dragged himself out of bed, he took a deep breath before facing the family, which is lying to him about who they really are after crushing his dreams. After prospering himself, he opened the door to see his mother. Inko. Morning, sweetheart, hurry up and get ready, we have a guest. After saying this, she walks downstairs to the living room. With a confused look, he got changed into blue jeans and a black t-shirt and brown shoes. We walked into the living room to see his family and Izuku, Mr. Wayne, Inko, Toshi and Izumi were sitting on the opposite Bruce having some tea. Izuku. I don't mean to sound rude, but why are you here? Toshi. My boy Mr. Wayne is here to offer you a job. Izuku. A job, really? Inko. Oh, don't be rude, Mr. Wayne is being very generous. Bruce. Oh no, if anything I should be thanking him. He defended me against a bunch of hooligans. I tried to reward him but he refused. Hearing this shocked the family on the couch. Izuku. So what does this job entail? Bruce. It's not much, you will be doing little things that my age makes me unable to do. An errand boy if you will, an ally if it were you would be interested. Izuku. Sure, Bruce. I must warn you. I can be a difficult taskmaster. I expect the utmost best from all who work for me. Izuku. I can handle it. Bruce. Very good then, Mr. Yagi. Welcome to my world. As he was saying this, he put his hand out for a shake while also giving a look with his eyes showing that he is talking about something else. Without hesitation, he takes his hand and shakes it while also giving the same look to Bruce. Izuku was at Wayne Penthouse. Izuku and Bruce were in the office while Izuku was sitting in the chair at the opposite side of Bruce's desk. While Bruce was doing papers, after a couple minutes Bruce put the papers down and looked at Izuku. Bruce. I hope you brought the suit. Izuku. Right here, Mr. Wayne. He says this as he holds his bag up. Bruce. It's just the two of us, Izuku, you can just call me Bruce. Izuku. Sorry, it's just how I am. Bruce just smirks before grabbing his cane and walking to the side of the shelf, and then a blue light comes out of the shelf and scans Bruce's eyes. As soon as it was done scanning his eyes, the wall closest to Bruce went inwards and separated, revealing an elevator. As he stepped, he turned around and looked at Izuku. Izuku. I think you have too much money. Izuku says this with a complete look of shock. He quickly grabbed his bag and entered the elevator with Bruce. As soon as Izuku entered, the doors closed and the elevator started moving down. Izuku. So what are we doing? Bruce. Training. As soon as Bruce finished speaking, the elevator stopped and the doors opened to reveal the Batcave. Bruce looked at Izuku, smiling at Izuku's reaction. Izuku was marveling in amazement at everything he could see. After a couple of seconds, Bruce slams his cane on the floor, getting Izuku's attention. Bruce. There's a changing room round the corner, suit up and let's get to work. Izuku went round the corner and into the changing room and came back to the main area. Bruce. Took you long enough. Izuku. Sorry, so what training are we doing? Bruce tips on the computer and pulled up some files. Bruce. As Batman you have to know what is at your arsenal and how to use them. As Bruce pulls up a file of on the Batsuit. Bruce. The Batsuit is a walking arsenal in itself. Of the cowl of the suit has a two-way radio, as well as having different filters in the lenses of the cowl to show points of interest in the environment and as well as any living thing. Moving further down the Batsuit, it is packing a pair of bat-shaped retractable wings suitable for gliding from tall structures to give it more speed. The suit also contains a pair of rocket jets on the sole of the boots. The suit also boosts the user's strength 10 times their normal abilities, as well as firing smaller batarangs out of the fists of the suit. Izuku. That's a lot in one suit. Bruce smirks. Bruce. That's not all the suit has to other. In surprise, Izuku responds with, Izuku. There's more. Bruce. The Batsuit is made to defend and endure the harshest conditions such as fire, electricity, ice, acid, radiation and blunt force. If the suit detects that the user is fully submerged in water, a rebreather will automatically be placed over the user's mouth and nose. However, the suit is not invulnerable. It can endure these conditions, but the suit does have a limit to how much it can take. Some of the additional features to the suit include microphones in the tips of the fingers, which are used for listening through walls. The fingers of the suit can also be turned into talons capable of cutting through steel. Izuku. Okay, that has to be all the suit can do, right? Bruce. No, Bruce. The suit can also bend light, making it nearly invisible, but you can still be heard, so use stealth. When you're in a situation where your opponent is too close, if you press the button in the center of your belt, the suit acts as a man-sized taser. Removing the belt buckle will make the buckle into a spinning blade. The suit can also have a magnetic field built into the boots, allowing it to stick on metal surfaces. Izuku was in complete disbelief when he first wore the suit. He had no clue the suit could so much. He was amazed at what it could do. Izuku. So, what about the gadgets? Bruce. You'll learn about them later. For now, we get you accustomed with the suit, combat and stealth. To do this, you'll be using a training simulation to mimic what you'll be doing on a typical night as Batman. He pressed a button on the computer and a projector created a blue ring in the center of the room. Izuku walks into the ring and a group of thugs appear out of nowhere and start attacking him. Acting fast, he ducked under the first thug's punch. Coming up, he uppercut him to the ground. Izuku kicked another thug away from him. Feeling cocky, he started to mock them until a thug grabbed him from behind. While Izuku was trying to get out of the thug's grip, another thug ran up to him and punched him across the face, causing the simulation to end. Izuku. OWW groans asterisk that hurt. Bruce. That's what happens when you get punched. Now get up and try again. Can't become Batman. Laying on the ground with Izumi and her friends. Izumi and her friends were sitting in a cafe talking about whatever came to mind. Katsumi. Hey, Izumi, is Izuku okay? You know, after what happened 2 days ago. Izumi. It's hard to say. After he got offered that job by Mr. Wayne, he just started ghosting everybody. Katsuki. The nerd's fine. Katsumi. Yeah, Izuku is probably just scared about the new job and doesn't want you to know about it. With that said, Izumi had a small smile on her face. Izumi. Yeah, you're right. Hey, before I forget, my dad wants to talk you, Yuto. The twins look at each offer before asking why. Izumi. Well, I have an idea, but you'll have to wait and find out. They then all walk out of the cafe to go to Izumi's house. Back with Izuku a few couple hours later. There was a terrified thug looking in every direction until something dropped from the ceiling and knocked him out. When the thug was knocked, the simulation ended. Izuku was walking towards Bruce until Bruce pressed a button, causing one last thug to appear. When the thug tried to dive on him, he flung his fist back, hitting the thug, knocking him out. Izuku. How did I do? Bruce. You could use more practice. They start walking to a table with some gadgets. As they walked to the table, Izuku was smiling as he saw all of the gadgets on the table. Bruce. It's time for you to learn how to use your tools. Bruce picks up 4 different types of batarangs. Bruce. There are 4 different types of batarangs. The first 2 are sharp and dull. Bruce. The third variant is the explosive batarang. Press the button and throw. Bruce. The last batarang is the electric type. Izuku. This is so cool. Izuku says this as he picks a sharp batarang. Bruce. Batarangs are a great tool, but it can't solve every problem. That is why as Batman you must be capable of using many different tools, such as smoke pellets, flash bangs, a grapple gun, cryptographic sequencer, disruptor and freeze grenade. Izuku. Well then let's get to pro. Before Izuku could finish talking, the Batcomputer started to beep. They walk over to the computer. Izuku. What's that about? Bruce. The computer is turned into the police radio. Apparently there's a break-in at Fox Tekka. Izuku. That's on the other side of the city. I won't get there in time. Bruce. You will if you use this. Bruce presses a button on the computer and a piece of the ground sunk down into the ground before coming back up with a machine. Izuku. Is that Bruce? The newest model of the Batmobile. Now get to Fox Tekka and stop that break-in. Izuku ran and got into the Batmobile after turning it on and rockets out of the cave heading towards Fox Tekka. At Fox Tekka. Hey Shota, how's it going? Aizawa. Mike, focus. Mike. Sorry, so what's the problem? Aizawa. Sigh, it's a break-in, someone broke in. Aizawa responded sarcastically as he looked at the building until he noticed a shadow-like person entering the building. Aizawa. Who was that? Mike. Who was what? Mike said, looking around before looking back to Aizawa and finding that he had run to the entrance of the building. Mike. Every time, he thinks this before running after him. With Izuku at the top floor of the building, Izuku entered through the skylight of the room as he landed in the middle of the room full of a computer and advanced technology as he was walking through the room. He felt like there was something watching him. While walking he noticed some broken glass with a black substance. He kneeled down to get a better look at the substance when Bruce came over the comlink. Bruce calm. Izuku, get out of there. Batman. What, why? I'm still looking around. Before he could finish his sentence, a black ink-like tentacle wrapped around him and threw him between two different machines before throwing him into a machine. The ink started to form into a human-like being before turning its arm into a blade. Batman. Who are you supposed to be? As it got closer, as began to speak. Ink will do. She brings the blade down trying to stab him. Only for Izuku to roll out of the way. Ink. So you're this, Batman, I thought you'd be tougher. Izuku didn't say anything. He just ran to her and tried to punch her for it to go right through her. He tried to retrieve his fist only to be hit across the room. Ink. I am a liquid, your punches don't do anything to me. Batman. Maybe, but I know something that will. Izuku smirks before throwing something at her. As soon as it hit her, sparks of electricity flew everywhere, causing her to collapse to the ground. Izuku stood over her. Batman. I thought you'd be tougher. Izuku says in a sarcastic, mocking manner as he was about to walk away and leave Ink for the police and crows until a sound wave hit Izuku in the back. As Izuku got up from the ground and looked to where he got hit only to see two people. Batman. Wait, I know you, you're present Mike and you're Eraserhead. Mike. Hey Shota, the villain knows our names. Aizawa groans in annoyance before wrapping Izuku his capture scarf. Batman. Hey, I am trying to help. Aizawa. Breaking into a building isn't helping. Batman. I caught the real villain right there. As Izuku looked where Ink once was only to see she was gone. Aizawa tightening the scarf. Aizawa. Now you going to tell us who you are? Izuku uses all his strength to get out of the scarf before dodging Mike's attack. Izuku ran to the nearest window, but before jumping out he looked at them and said. Batman. To answer your question, Eraserhead, I am Batman. Izuku proceeds to jump out the window. When he did this, the two heroes ran to the window only to see Izuku gliding away from the building. Mike. Did he just say he was Batman? Aizawa just turned around and walked out of the room. With Izuku in the Batmobile heading back to the Batcave. Bruce calm. What happened? Batman. Ink was secure until present. Mike used his quirk on me. I think he also hit her. Bruce. Causing her to escape. Batman. Sigh, yeah. After a while Izuku arrived back at the Batcave. When he got back to the Batcave he got out of the Batmobile and walked to Bruce at the computer. Izuku. So who are we dealing with? Bruce. From what I can find, Ink's a corporate and business saboteur. He says this while pulling up case files on Ink. Izuku. So people hire her to break into companies and businesses to cripple or destroy them. Bruce. Precisely, luckily you stopped her from hurting Fox Tekka too much, but now she will have it out for you. Izuku. What do you think she'll do? When he finished his sentence the computer beeped. As they look at the computer a news report starts to play. News reporter. This just in, a villain has just attacked a brand new construction company. The villain is holding a young girl hostage. Her only demand is for the legendary vigilante missing for years, the Batman, to show. We now go live to the scene. It shows Ink holding a blade to a tied-up girl. Police. We can't meet your demands, but if you let the girl go now your punishment will be less harsh. Ink. If the Batman isn't her in 30 minutes this girl dies. Bruce looks to Izuku only to see him jumping into the Batmobile and driving off. Bruce calm. You know when you do this they will know you're out there. Batman. Of course I do, but I am not letting someone get hurt or die because of me. Bruce just smiles at his response. At the construction site, Ink was holding a blade to the girl's neck. While this was happening a crowd of people and heroes were standing there behind a barricade. Why are you doing this? Ink. It's nothing personal kid, but that suited freak ruined a good payday for me. A beeping sound was heard before Ink looked back at. Ink. Looks like the bat doesn't care about your life. As she was about to bring the blade down and kill the girl, the heroes were about to move when a weird-shaped shadow flew over the crowd. This made everybody apart from two people look up to where it was coming from. The shadow then threw something at Ink, causing her to be distracted before dropping down and kicking her into the building. The crowd watching this happen were in shock as the figure became more clear to them as the Batman. Izuku looked at the girl on the ground before walking up to her. Batman. Are you okay? Thank you. Izuku smiles at her before untying her. Batman. You should get out of here as fast as you can. The girl gets up, but before she ran off she looks back at him and hugs him. Thank you for saving me, Batman. It's okay, you should go to the crowd. She nods before she runs to the crowd, while Izuku had a blush on his face. When she reached the crowd, a woman and man ran and hugged her. Question mark. Woman. Honey, are you okay? Question mark. Man. Did that thing hurt you? No, I'm okay thanks to Batman. As the crowd looked at Izuku, he was standing there until they shouted at him to look out. Acting fast, Izuku rocketed to the building's supports beams. Ink. Did you really think that would stop me? Batman. I did hope, yeah. Izuku jumped down and ran towards her as she swung at him. He dodged each of her attacks until he got in close and punched her. Ink. Do you not learn from your mistakes? She says this before hitting him away. When Izuku looks back at her, he had a smirk on his face. Ink. What are you smiling at? Batman. Wait for it. Ink. Wait for W. Ink was quickly overtaken by ice until she was completely frozen. Batman. Wait for the freeze grenade to go off. When she was frozen, the crowd cheered at Izuku's victory. Izuku walked past the frozen Ink until something landed in front of him. All Might. Have no fear because I am Batman. Late. The problem has already been dealt with. Izuku says as he points behind him towards Ink. Batman. If I were you, I'd keep it on ice. Izuku was about to walk away until All Might was about to place his hand on his shoulder. Izuku threw a smoke pellet on the ground. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was gone. After a while, Izuku made it back home only to be greeted by the laughter of his family and his former friends, as he walked and stood by the door to the living room. When he looked in, he was them all having fun like they were a big family. His presence went completely unnoticed by his so-called family. Izuku stood there while they talked. Toshi. Now I have a proposal for you too. Katsuki. What is it? Toshi. Am I right in assuming that you two are going to try for UA? Katsumi. Yeah, so, Toshi. I would like to train you two along with Izumi to be the best heroes you can be. Katsumi. Not to be rude, but how could you train us? He smiles as he turns into All Might and explains about his injury and how he chose Izumi as his successor. Hearing this, they immediately agreed. After hearing this, Izuku left for his room without anyone knowing he was there. The next day at school, at the beginning of the first lesson, Izuku was sitting at his desk. Izuku. Izumi and the others have laid off me since Kachan told me to kill myself. Could they be feeling remorseful for what they've done? But why now? Teacher. Okay, settle down. We have a new student joining us today. Student 1. Is it a boy or a girl? Teacher. Settle down, your new classmate if female. The students interrupt him asking questions. Student 2. Is she cute? Student 3. I bet she's hot. Teacher. If I have to stop one more time, you all will be held in detention. Do I make myself clear? Every student nodded their heads. Teacher. Now I'll let her introduce herself. When he finished, the door to the room opened and a girl with brown eyes and her hair was in a short bob cut with long bangs at the front, as she walks to the front of the classroom to introduce herself. When she faces the class, they notice blush marks on her cheeks. When Izuku looked at her, he felt like know her from somewhere. Hi, my name's Ochako, Uraraka. She bows to the class before saying, Uraraka. I hope we can all get along. As soon as Uraraka stopped talking, one of the students spoke up. Student 1. I know you. Everybody looked at him like he was crazy. Student 3. How we just met her. Student 1. No, you're that girl Batman saved, aren't you? I saw you on the news. Hearing this, it became clear that the girl in front of him was the same girl he saved at the construction site. Teacher. You can get to know each other during lunch, but for now you should take your seat. You'll be sitting next to Izuku Yagi. Sai Izuku, raise your hand. Izuku raised his hand to show where he was. Uraraka, seeing this, walked and sat in the vacant seat next to him. She was about to talk to Izuku before a girl next to her started to talk to her. Girl 1. I wouldn't talk to him if I were you. Uraraka. Really, why? Girl 1. Just don't, you'll thank me later. Uraraka. Oh, okay, sure. Uraraka. Why shouldn't talk to him? Is he a bad person or something? He doesn't look like a bad guy, he looks kinda plain. When it finally made it to lunch, everybody was crowding round Uraraka's desk asking her questions. Student 1. What was it like meeting the Batman? Student 2. Is he as cool as he looks? Student 3. What did he say to you? Student 4. Do you know who he actually is? Uraraka was getting overwhelmed by the constant questions until someone held their hand out to her. When she looked up, she saw Izuku. Izuku. Do you want to get some lunch? Uraraka. Yes. As she took his hand, he led her out of the room and down the hallway before letting go of her hand. Izuku. Sorry about that, but I thought you might want to get out of there. You looked like you were getting overwhelmed. Uraraka. Why, yeah, thank you. Why did that girl tell me not to talk to you? Izuku just looks away from her before speaking. Izuku. She was probably trying to keep you from talking to me because I'm quirkless. Her eyes widened when he said that. Izuku was still not looking her. Izuku. I should go. Sorry you had to talk to me. As Izuku was about to walk off, Uraraka spoke up. Uraraka. Does everybody ignore you because you're quirkless? Izuku froze. Izuku. No, not everybody, but the ones that don't do worse things. Uraraka. Like what? Izuku doesn't know why, but he proceeds to tell her everything that is said and done to him every day at school. Uraraka starts to tear up before hugging him. This act startled Izuku at first, but after a few moments he returned the hug. Uraraka. I am sorry that's happening to you. From that day on, Izuku and Uraraka grew closer and closer together, but by doing this Uraraka wasn't as well liked around the school, but she didn't care. She and Izuku looked out for each other no matter what. While they were getting closer, it was causing some people to get irritated at them. Katsumi. Why is Izuku hanging around that pink-cheeked bitch so much? Izumi walked up to her with a concerned look on her face. Izumi. Hey Katsumi, are you okay? Katsumi. Yeah, fine, especially when that bitch gets away from Izuku. Izumi looks where Katsumi was starting to see Izuku and Uraraka talking. Izumi. It's about Izuku, isn't it? You keep staring at him. Katsumi just looks away, causing Izumi to sigh before getting an idea. Izumi. You know you don't have to wait till we are at UA to ask him out. Why don't you ask him to go with you to the end of year party? Katsumi just looks at her before she continued. Izumu. Or better yet, we make him ask you to go with him. Katsumi. How? Izumi. We make him jealous so he has no choice but to ask you out. Katsumi. Okay, but again how? Katsuki. Why don't you ask out Willy what? Katsumi. You. What? No, not in a million years. Izumi. Actually that could work. If that doesn't, I don't know what will. Katsumi. Fine, but you better be sure this will work. With Izuku and Uraraka. Uraraka. So Izu, are you going to the end of year party? Izuku. I don't know. Are you going? Uraraka started to blush. Uraraka. Well, I was maybe thinking about going B, but only if you're going. Izuku starts blushing like crazy. After hearing this, he was about to speak until something got everybody's attention. As they turned, they saw Katsumi cornering another student before yelling at them. Looking closer, the other student was Willy Watt. Katsumi. Listen here, when going to the summer festival or else. Willy. Why yeah, SSS, sure. Katsumi looked at Izuku out of the corner of her eye only to see he was still talking to Uraraka. Uraraka. So are you free tomorrow? Izuku. For you always. As soon as he said this, Uraraka started to blush uncontrollable. Uraraka. WWLD, do you want to go to the mall with me? Izuku. Sure. Katsumi got angry at this before turning to Willy. Katsumi. Okay, we're going to the mall after tomorrow, got it? Willy. Sure. While Willy was responding, Katsumi was looking towards Izuku. This didn't go unnoticed by Willy. With Willy at his family's construction site. When Willy arrived at the site, he goes up to his father. Willy. Hey dad. Willy's father. What do you want now? Willy. Well, I thought you might want to know I'm going to the end of year party at school. Willy father looked at him in confusion. Willy. I even have a date for it. Willy's father started to laugh before looking at him. Willy's father. Sure you do. Willy's. I do, but the only thing is I think she is only using me to make someone jealous. Willy's father. So show you're better. Show that you're stronger and better than the other guy. Before Willy could respond, there was a loud crash which was caused by a golem-like machine dropping some steel beams. The machine was as big as 2 houses. As soon as Willy saw it, he had an idea on how to show his strength. The next day at the mall with Izuku. Izuku was standing by the fountain waiting for Uraraka to show. As he was doing this, Katsumi had arrived. She instantly spotted him when she was going to go talk with him. Someone interrupted her. Uraraka. Hey Izu. Izuku turned to see her running towards him before hugging him. Izuku. Hey Ocha, took you long enough. Uraraka. Sorry, my dad was asking me a lot of questions before he let me go out. I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Izuku. It's fine, don't worry. So shall we get something to eat before looking around? Uraraka. Right behind you. As they walked off to look around the mall, Katsumi was left alone, until she heard Willy come up behind her. Without greeting each other, Katsumi grabbed his arm and walked to the food court. Katsumi. You're late, we're going to get food now, shut up. Willy just remains silent as they walk into the same restaurant as Izuku and Uraraka. As they sit at a table, Katsumi kept on look at Izuku and Uraraka until Willy spoke up. Willy. So what would you like to eat? I know this really goo. Katsumi. I said to shut up. This went on until they were getting ready to leave the restaurant. Willy tried to make conversation multiple times only to be shot down by Katsumi until she got annoyed by him. Katsumi. Would you just shut up and leave me alone? Without saying anything, Willy walks off to a secure area before placing something on his head. With Izuku and Uraraka, as they were walking, something caught Uraraka's eye. Seeing this, Izuku walks to see what caught her eye, only to see it was a t-shirt that had a very familiar design on it. Uraraka. OMG. Izu, look at this. Izuku. I didn't know they made merchandise of Batman, or well, the new Batman. Uraraka. It looks so cool. Izuku. Fangirl. Izuku just smiled at how Uraraka kept on looking at the t-shirt in amazement. But before he could say anything, a loud boom was heard. When they looked to the direction of the sound, they saw a large machine stomping around the mall. Izuku quickly grabs Uraraka's hand as they run in the opposite direction of the machine. When they turn the corner, Izuku tells Uraraka to go and phone the police. Uraraka. Okay, what are you going to do? Izuku. I'm going to make sure everybody is okay. Izuku was about to run back out till Uraraka grabbed his hand, with a look of worry. Uraraka. Wait, I don't want you to get hurt, please stay. Izuku. Ochako, trust me, I'll be okay. Uraraka let him go but still had a worried look on her face. Uraraka. Promise me you'll come back safe. Izuku. I promise. He sprints off to find the nearest bathroom to change into his suit. Once he was done, he ran to where the golem was still destroying things like he was looking for someone. Izuku decided to get its attention. He threw 2 explosive batarangs at the back of the golem only for it to turn around unfazed by the attack. Batman. Okay, I've got its attention now, what? The golem raised its arms ready to slam them down on Izuku, only for Izuku to rocket up to the 2nd floor of the mall out of the way of the attack. Izuku then glided round the golem, throwing batarang after batarang. The golem swung its arm trying to swat Izuku away. Bruce Comlink. What's going on? Batman. Big robot thing. Any ideas on how to deal with this thing? Bruce. Lead it to the elevator. Batman. On it. Izuku throws batarangs at the golem as he was leading it to the elevator. As soon as they arrive, Izuku jumped on top of the elevator. Batman. Okay, I am here now. What? Bruce. Make him hit the generator behind you. When the golem throws a punch at Izuku, Izuku used his rockets to jump over his fist, coursing it to hit the generator to the elevator, making the golem short-circuit and collapse to the ground. When this happened, the device on Willy's head sent sparks out everywhere until it started smoking. Willy took the device off and stumbled out of the mall. Batman. Any idea where this thing came from? Bruce calmly. I'll look into it, see what I can find. Batman. Thanks, I have to go talk to you when I can. Izuku leaves to get changed into his regular clothes and meet back up with Uraraka. As he left the bathroom, he bumped into someone. Izuku. Ow, sorry about that, I wasn't looking where I was going. Aizawa. It's fine kid, just get out of here. Aizawa. Why does his voice sound so familiar? Izuku just nods before running off. As he was running, Izuku heard someone yelling his name. As he looked, he saw Uraraka running around looking for him. Uraraka. Izu, where are you? Hearing this, Izuku ran to her. When she saw him, she ran to him as fast as she could and pulled him in the tightest hug she could manage. Uraraka. Are you okay? I heard that loud bang and I got worried. Izuku. Hey, it's okay, I am okay. She let go of him and looks him in the eyes. Uraraka. What happened? Izuku. The robot was going crazy until Batman showed up and stopped it. Uraraka. As long as you're okay. Izuku. Ah, you'd miss me. Uraraka. Of course, I would, you're my best friend. Izuku smiles at her before they walk out of the mall. When they made it to Uraraka's house, they went their separate ways. Uraraka. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Mrs. Uraraka. Honey, how was your date? Uraraka. Mom, it wasn't a date. Mr. Uraraka. You sure about that? Uraraka. Dad. Mrs. Uraraka. Come on, it's okay to have a boyfriend. Uraraka. Izu is not my boyfriend, we're just friends, nothing more. Mrs. Uraraka. Well, you never know if you don't try. Uraraka just blushes out of embarrassment. With Izuku at the Batcave. Izuku. So have any clue what that robot thing was or where it came from? Bruce. That robot, as you call it, is a work golem. It's used in construction. This particular one is from Watt's Construction. Izuku. Watt, like as in Willy Watt? Bruce. That's the name on the owner's son. Yes, you don't suppose he has something to do with this? Izuku. What? No, Willy is a good guy, he wouldn't do something like this. Bruce. Even so, we can rule him out, so keep an eye on him. Izuku. He'll be at the party tomorrow night, it might be a good way to keep an eye on him. The next morning with Willy. Willy and his father were at the table having their breakfast. Willy's father. I swear if I find the punk that stole my golem, I'll make them wish they were never born. Willy look at his father with a look of angry. Willy. Maybe he already does. After saying this, he leaves the house, leaving a confused look on his father's face. A while later, at the end of year party, Izuku walks into the party to find the place was jam-packed with people dancing and having fun. Things looked normal. He started to walk around the party looking for Willy Watt until someone covered his eyes from behind. Izuku. Hey Ocha. Uraraka. Ah, how do you know it was me? Izuku. No one else has pads on their fingers. Uraraka. Fair point. Izuku. Weird question, but you haven't seen Willy Watt, have you? Uraraka thinks for a second before she answers. Uraraka. Yeah, I think he's with Katsumi. Izuku. Katsumi. Why is he with Katsumi? Uraraka. Apparently they're here as a couple, I think. Izuku. Really, that's weird. Uraraka. Yeah, I know, right? Well, come on. Izuku. Yeah. Uraraka. It is a party, so let's go and have some fun. Uraraka drags him to the dance floor. Izuku. Ocha, I never told you this before, but I don't know how to dance. Uraraka. Then just follow my lead and try not to step on my feet. Uraraka places Izuku's arms around her waist while she wraps her arms around his neck as they start to sway back and forth. After a while they manage to get into a rhythm they both were comfortable with. As they did this, Katsumi was watching them with an annoyed look as she was looking at them. Her patience was wearing thin with everything, even more so with Willy as he was talking to her. Katsumi. Would you just shut the fuck up? Willy. What? Katsumi. You heard me, just fuck off. Katsumi pushes him to the ground. Willy. Why did you do that? We're meant to be on a date. Katsumi. Did you really think I would really go out with you? You just pathetic. Katsuki and Izumi then walk up to Katsumi. Katsuki. I take it that the plan to make him jealous didn't work. Izumi. It doesn't look like it, no. Willy. Wait, you were just using me to make someone else jealous. Katsuki. That's what we're saying, dumbass. Izumi. Katsuki, be nice, sorry about all this, Willy, but you see Katsumi has this crush and we were trying to make him jealous so that he would ask her out, we just thought. Willy. You thought what? I was easy prey, I was useless, I was weak. Well, I'll show you all just how weak you all are compared to me. Katsuki. Who are you calling weak, the damn extra? Willy's eyes glowed as he speaks in a tone laced with venom. With Izuku and Uraraka as they were still dancing when they looked into each other's eyes, once they locked eyes a small blush came across their faces as they leaned closer to each other, only being meters apart. Uraraka closed her eyes as did Izuku as they got closer until a loud boom came from outside. It sounded like footsteps getting louder and louder. This knocked both Izuku and Uraraka out of their moment. Uraraka. What is that? Izuku. Nothing good. The booming stopped. Until a wall was burst too and the golem from the mall walked in and stood behind Willy. Everybody in the party backed up away from him. Student 1. Run. As the student said this, everybody in the building ran to the nearest. Izuku. I've got to get out here and change, but Ocha is too close for me to just disappear. As the crowd started to push them, Izuku faked losing Uraraka in the crowd until he was somewhere he could change into his suit. When the crowd was gone, the only people left in the room was Willy, Izumi, Uraraka and the Bakugo twins. Willy. You all thought it would be funny to use me. Uraraka runs up to them. Uraraka. What does he mean you used him? Katsuki. It's nothing, Pink Cheeks, just shut up. Willy commanded the golem to lift its arm up as it was going to try and crush them, until something flew into the arm of the golem making it freeze over. When this happens, everybody looks to where it came from to see Batman standing on a table. Batman. Now if you don't play nice, I'll have to take your toy away. Willy. Get out of here, this doesn't concern you. Batman. It does if you're going to hurt people. Willy. If you want leave, then I'll make you. Willy makes the golem break the ice from its arm. When it did this, the golem extended its arm at Izuku. Before Izuku could move, the golem grabs him and starts to crush him. Willy. You all thought I was weak, but I am the guy who's going to kill Batman. Before he could crush him further, Uraraka runs at him and pushes him, causing him to get distracted, releasing Izuku from his grip. Willy looks at Uraraka like he was going to attack her. He made the golem walk over to her while she was taking some steps back away from it. Katsumi, seeing an opportunity to get rid of her rival, grabs Izumi and her brother before running to the exit. Uraraka was about to be stood on until Izuku grabbed her and used his grapple to swing to the exit door. Batman. Get out of here as fast as you can. Uraraka. Got it. Uraraka runs out of the building. Izuku looks back at Willy. Batman. This is your last chance, stop now before things get worse. Willy. Never, I'm not going back to being that useless weakling. Batman. Then don't say I didn't warn you. The golem's arms extended to hit him. But Izuku rockets up to the ceiling scaffolding and the golem tries to hit him again. Izuku takes out a flashbang from his belt when the golem grabs him. As soon as Izuku gets close, he throws the flashbang in the eye of the golem, blinding Willy, making it throw Izuku to the other side of the room. In the blinded state, Willy makes the golem break a support beam. Seeing this gave Izuku an idea of how to stop the golem once and for all. Izuku runs from support beam to support beam, placing explosives on each one. When he was done, he grabs Willy before trying to run out of the building. Willy. Let go of me. Batman. Believe me, you don't want to stay here. Willy looks around to see the explosives on the walls. He starts to struggle out of Izuku's grip. Willy. No, stop. Izuku didn't listen as he broke through the doors. When they got a safe distance away from the building, the explosives detonated, causing the building to collapse on the golem, destroying it. When the golem was destroyed, Willy ran to it before collapsing to his knees, hugging the golem. A couple minutes later, the police and some pros arrive at the site. As the police were loading Willy into the back of the police car, his father walked up to Izuku. Willy's father. Willy did all this. Batman. Yeah, he did. Willy's father. Well, I guess this means he ain't no lose anymore. Izuku just gives him a look before walking to the crowd. When he goes to them, he sees Uraraka looking worried. Batman. Are you okay? Uraraka. Yeah, I am just worried about a friend. I can't find him. Batman. Aw crap, Batman. I bet he's fine. Before I forget, I should thank you. Uraraka. Huh, Batman. Well, if it wasn't for you, I would have been crushed. Uraraka had a small blush from the compliment. Uraraka. Well, if it wasn't for you, I would have died twice now. Izuku looks behind her to see Aizawa walking towards them. Batman. I should go before the pros try to arrest me. Uraraka. Why, yeah, okay. Izuku flies off before Aizawa could get any closer. Aizawa stops next to Uraraka, watching Izuku fly off. He then looks at Uraraka. Aizawa. Out of everybody here, why did he just check up on here? Aizawa. What's your name, kid? Uraraka. Oh, Ochako. Ochako Uraraka, sir. Aizawa. You seem rather friendly with the Batman. Uraraka. He saved me 2 times now. Aizawa. You're the girl he saved while he was stopping ink, aren't you? Uraraka. Yes, sir. Ocha. Both Uraraka and Aizawa looked at where the sound came from, and as soon as they saw who was yelling, Uraraka ran to them and hugged them. Uraraka. Where have you been? I didn't see you in the crowd. I thought you were trapped under the rubble. Izuku. I was looking for you when I lost you in the crowd. I thought the worst. Are you okay? Uraraka. Yeah, I am okay, just don't scare me like that again. Izuku. Promise. Aizawa looks at the toe before speaking. Aizawa. And who might you be? Izuku. I am Izuku Yagi. Aizawa. Haven't we met before? Uraraka. You have. Izuku. Why, yeah, at the mall, I think, after the first golem attack. Aizawa. Funny meeting you here after another attack. Aizawa gives Izuku a glare. Izuku started to panic until Uraraka spoke up. Uraraka. We should get going, there's no reason to stay. Izuku. Why, yeah, we should. Aizawa watches them walk away. Aizawa. He is a similar height and voice to the Batman, but that's not much to go on. With Izumi and her friends. Izumi was chewing out Katsumi for what she did. Izumi. What the hell is wrong with you? Katsumi. What? Izumi. You just left Uraraka to die in there. Katsumi. It's not like I saw you running back in there to help her. Izumi. I. That's fair. Katsumi. Exactly. Izumi. But if we want to be heroes, we can't leave someone to die even if we don't like. Katsumi. TCH. Izumi. Katsuki. Katsuki. Don't get me involved in your problems. Katsuki walks off with his sister, leaving Izumi alone. With Izuku and Uraraka. As they were walking home, something came to Uraraka's mind. Uraraka. Hey Izuku. Yeah, Uraraka. Are we going to talk about what happens or what could have happened? Izuku. What do you mean? Uraraka started to blush a little. Uraraka. You know, when we were dancing together. Izuku also started to blush. Izuku. Oh, yeah, do you want to talk about it? Uraraka. Maybe another time. With everything that happened, it doesn't feel right. Izuku. Yeah, I understand. Uraraka. Can you promise we will talk about it? Izuku. 100%. He smiles at her before they stop in front of Uraraka's house and go their separate ways. This day started off like any other, with Izuku asleep in his bed. This was until a loud commotion was heard from downstairs. Izuku opened his eyes when he heard the noise and glanced at his calendar, only to sigh before getting ready for the day. As Izuku walked down the stairs ready to head to the Batcave until Izumi. Hey Izuku, aren't you excited for tonight? Izuku looks at her like she was crazy. Izuku. Why would I? Izumi. It's going to be a big party, a lot of people will be there. Izuku just picks up an apple before eating it. Izuku. Like who? Izumi. Well, there will be our friends, some people that mom and dad know. I think they will be bringing their kids with them. Izuku. Your friends, not mine. After saying this, Izuku walks out of the house, leaving Izumi to stand there with a sad expression. Izumi. Did we go too far with how we treated him? 19. Inko. Are you okay, sweetheart? Izumi. Yeah, mom, I am fine. Inko. If you're sure, why don't you go and have fun with your friends? We'll handle everything. Izumi. Yeah, sure, see you tonight. With Izuku walking towards the penthouse when he hears something in an alleyway. Hearing this, he walks towards the sound. When he got closer, a Great Dane ran out of the shadows, hitting him to the ground. The dog growled as it took a step back, ready to attack Izuku if he needed to. Izuku slowly got up from the ground. The dog barked, trying to scare him away from itself. Izuku. Hey, it's okay buddy, I'm not going to hurt you. After saying this, he reached out to pet the dog, only for it to swipe at him. Izuku backed up and the dog was about to run at him, only to be hit by something, making it collapse. Seeing this, Izuku moves over to check on the dog to see a trank dart. Before he could do anything, 2 men came up to him. Man 1. You should go, kid, before this hellhound wakes up. Izuku. Will he be okay? Man 2. Yeah, don't worry, it'll be fine, here, take this. The man hands a card to Izuku before the other man picks up the dog and puts him in a van. Before he could close the door, Izuku looked at the dog to see an expression that he could only describe as scared. He looked at the card, which had 3 letters on it: S. P. S. Izuku. What does S. P. S stand for? Man 1. It means Stray Protection Services. We help mutts like this go to a better place. Izuku. What do you mean by that? Before he could get an answer, the 2 men got in the van and drove off, leaving him with an unsettled feeling. He brushed this off before pocketing the card and walking off to the penthouse. When Izuku reaches the Batcave, as he walks into the cave, Bruce looks at him with a little surprise, seeing him already suited up and training. Bruce. Problems at home? Izuku. Nothing out of the ordinary. Bruce just looks at him before going to the computer. While Bruce was doing this, Izuku kept training. During this, what happened with the 2 men and the dog kept bugging him. Izuku. Hey Bruce, have you ever heard of the Stray Protection Services? Bruce. It doesn't ring a bell. Why? Izuku. Well, I ran into them this morning. Bruce. And Izuku walks up to his bag and grabs the card the 2 men gave him before walking to the computer. Izuku. When I ran into them, they were hunting down a dog. It was aggressive, it even attacked me. Bruce. Sounds like you owe them. Izuku. I don't know about that. Bruce turns his chair to look at Izuku. Bruce. How so? Izuku. Well, there were some things that just didn't add up. I mean, yeah, I get that some strays are dangerous, but isn't a trank gun a little too far? Bruce just gives a blank look. Bruce. Some animals are unpredictable and, as you said, dangerous. So what's this really about? Izuku looks at the card before looking at Bruce. Izuku. When they put him in the van, he gave me a look like he was scared or like he was asking for help. Bruce turns back to the computer. Izuku. Can you look into it? Izuku. Are we going to look into them? Bruce. I'll see what I can dig up on them. Izuku. So what do you want me to do? Bruce. Go home, I'll contact you when or if I find something. Izuku. It's okay, I'll just keep training till you find something. He walks back into the training ring. With the 2 men. The 2 men drive into an old-looking warehouse. The 2 men got out of the van. Man 1. So where's this guy? I'll like to get rid of this mud and get paid as fast as possible. Man 2. Cool it man, everything's going to be fine. We hand the dog to the buyer, we get paid, and then we're done. While they were talking, a man in a trench coat and red scarf walks into the building. Villain. You've got the dog. Man 1. That depends if you got the money. The man threw a case at them. The man opens it to see it full of money. He looks at the other man and nods. Man 2. He's all yours. They open the back of the van as they reach in and drag the dog out, still asleep from the trank. The man looks at the dog before attaching a collar to him. Man 2. So what are you going to do with it? Villain. That's for me to know and for you to never find out. Now you've got your money, get lost. With that said, the 2 men grabbed the case and got in their van to leave. When they leave, the man looks at the dog and smiles. Villain. You're going to make me very very rich, and this time I won't let you get away again. After saying this, he grabs the dog and walks round to the side of the building to another van, where he opens it up and puts the dog in a cage before driving off. With Izuku in the cave a couple hours later. Izuku was non-stop ever since he got in the cave. He kept going and going until Bruce called him over to the computer. Izuku. Did you find something? Bruce. No, nothing. Izuku. So there was nothing to be worried about. Maybe I was just trying to distract myself. Bruce. Your worry is warranted. The S.P.S. There's nothing, it doesn't exist, so whoever those men were, they weren't doing anything good. Izuku. So how are we going to find them? Bruce. I've looked into the CCTV, their last location was at warehouse up north. Get there and see what you can find. Izuku. On it. Izuku got in the Batmobile and drove off to the warehouse while he was driving. Izuku. So when I get there, what should I be looking for? Bruce calmly. You should look for tire tracks, hair, blood, anything that could help find where they went. Before Izuku could respond, something was approaching fast. Batman. What the hell is that? Before he could do anything, there was a tap at the window. As he looks out, there was a man with red wings flying next to him. Hey, this is Pro Hero Hawks. I'm going to have to ask you to park your really cool flying car. Batman. Sorry, have more important thing to do. Hawks. Well, I guess we're doing this the hard way. Batman. Try and keep up. After saying this, he increases his speed. Hawks. This is going to be fun. Hawks speeds up to try and catch up to the Batmobile. As Hawks were gaining on him, Izuku pulled up, flying higher into the air. Hawks followed until the Batmobile stopped and started to fall. Seeing these, Hawks start to dive after him as they were getting closer and closer to the ground until the Batmobile boosted up, leaving him to barely stop from hitting the ground. When he stopped, he looked round to try and find the Batmobile, only to see it was gone. Hawks. Well, that was interesting. I should get back to the agency. Hawks flew off to his agency while Izuku made it to the warehouse. Izuku opened the skylight and dropped into the warehouse, which was completely empty. Batman. Sigh, nothing. Bruce calmly. Try looking for tire tracks. Izuku turned on detective vision only to see some tracks near the entrance to the building. Batman. There's some tracks, it looks like they could come from that van I saw before. Bruce calmly. I'll run it through the computer, see what comes up. Batman. Yeah, I'll. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard something making noise in the next room. Bruce calmly. What's wrong? Batman. There's someone else here. Bruce calmly. Be careful, Izuku, we don't know these men's quirks. Batman. Copy that. Izuku slowly opened the door, ready for a fight, only to see a familiar figure. Batman. Eraserhead, why is a hero here? Aizawa. I know you're there. Surprised, he walked into the room. Batman. How did you? Aizawa. I'm going to assume you're here to find the people that have been taking strays off the street. Batman. You would be right. Aizawa. I should take you. Batman. You could try, but how about we work together on this? Aizawa. For this I'll agree to work with you, but this doesn't mean I trust you. Batman. Fair. Sue, what are you looking at? Aizawa. Sigh, the security cameras. The only problem I'm running into is that the computer is encrypted. Batman. Mind if I give it a try? Aizawa steps aside from the computer. Izuku walks up to the computer and takes something out of his belt and places it into the computer and presses a button on the device. As soon as the button was pressed, it automatically started hacking into the computer. Aizawa. Interesting technology. Batman. Wherein? He takes the device out of the computer before looking into the security footage, and they both watch what happened between the three men. Batman. So we know what happened now, but what do we do? Aizawa. I'll have someone go after the two men. We'll be going after the buyer before he gets too far away. Batman. Any ideas where we should be looking? Aizawa. Someone like him has most likely done things like this before. Batman. So he'll be in the police's servers. Aizawa. I'll see what I can get from the police, but it might take some time. Bruce calmly. Tell him not to bother, I've already looked into him. According to this, he used to frequent a local dive bar. Maybe someone there knows where he is now. Sending you the location now. Batman. Okay, thanks, we're heading there now. Aizawa. What are you talking about, heading where? Batman. A friend found the location of a bar where he used to frequent. Aizawa. Okay, come on then, I'll take us to the location. They both left the building. Aizawa leads him to his car. Aizawa. Okay, get in. Izuku just stands there while Aizawa goes to his car. Aizawa. Are you coming or not? Batman. I have a better way to get there. Aizawa. What, your little wings? They might work for you, but I don't appear, and I'm not letting you go off on your own. Batman. Well, I wasn't thinking that, but I was thinking that we could use my car. As soon as he stopped talking, the lights of the Batmobile turned on before it opened. Aizawa walked up to the Batmobile trying to hide his surprise. Aizawa. Are you even able to drive? Batman. I do have my license. Aizawa. I'll drive. Batman. Yeah, sure. Izuku jumps into the driver's seat waiting for Aizawa to hop in. He looks at Izuku before sighing and getting in the back. As soon as he gets in, they tuck off to the location. During the flight to the bar, Aizawa had a question that was bugging him since he first met him. Aizawa. You're still young, aren't you? Batman. What gives you that impression? I mean, I do have my driving license, so I can't be that young. Aizawa. Ever since Quirk's the legal age to drive had been going down, I think you only need to be around 14 to get your license. Batman. 15? You need to be 15 now. Aizawa. So you ever 15 to maybe 17 inches? Batman. I am 16 now. Aizawa. What do you mean by now? Batman. Nothing. We're at the location now, you should get ready. They're not going to take to kindly seeing both of us. Izuku lands the Batmobile in an alley near the bar. They both walk to the door to the bar before Aizawa stops him from entering. Batman. What? Aizawa. I'll go in, you stay here. Batman. What, why? Aizawa. You're still just a kid. Batman. Sight fine, just don't take too long. Aizawa enters the bar, leaving Izuku outside. Bruce Comlink. You're going in, aren't you? Batman. Naturally. Bruce Comlink. I'll leave you to it, I have some things I need to take care of. Batman. Yeah, sure, I can handle the rest, you do what you need to. With Aizawa in the dive bar, Aizawa walked down the stairs and into the middle of the room. When he did this, everybody looked at him. This went on for a couple of seconds until Aizawa pulled out his phone showing a picture of the guy they were looking for. Aizawa. I'm looking for this man. If anyone here knows where I can find him, speak up now. There was a few seconds of silence before one of them got up and walked up to them. Thug 1. Do you really think anyone here is going to talk to some hero scum? Aizawa. You will if you know what's good for you. Thug 1. Ooh, scary, you can't do anything. If you attack any of us, we could sue you for everything you have, but by your appearance you don't have much. Before Aizawa could say anything, everybody heard a voice, but nobody could see where it was coming from. He might not be able to use force, but I can. Everybody was looking for the owner of the voice until the thug was picked up by nothing. Thug 1. What the hell is this? All of a sudden who the voice belongs to become clear as he camouflaged, revealing the Batman to everybody. Thug 1. Why, you're the Batman. Izuku throws I'm on a table before looking at everybody else in the room and then back at the thug. He grabs him by the throat. Batman. You have information I want and I'm going to get it. How much pain you endure beforehand is up to you. Thug 2. Hey, let him go, Bat Freak. The second thug ran at him only for Izuku to throw the first thug at the second. Everybody takes a step back. He looks at the two thugs on the ground before looking at Aizawa, who was now sitting on a chair watching the show. He then stands over the two thugs. Batman. Are you going to tell us where to find him? Thug 2. We're never going to talk. Izuku grabs him by the head and slams it on the ground, knocking him out. He then glares at the other thug before putting his boot on his head. Thug 1. I'll talk. Batman. Where can we find him? Thug 1. He came round here a couple of hours ago talking about getting this new dog. He said it was going to make him rich, that's all I know. Izuku adds some pressure on his head, making him scream in pain a little. Batman. Remember anything else? Thug. He said he's going to a ship for a dogfight. It's in the North Docks, but that's all I know, I swear. Batman. Thank you, now you get to take a nap. Izuku moves his leg and slams his knee into the thug's face, knocking him out. Aizawa. Not how I would have done things, but still good. Batman. We got what we need, let's go. We could still stop the fight before any of the animals get hurt. They ran out of the bar and into the Batmobile and went to the docks while they were flying. Aizawa. If you're trying to be a hero, then why aren't you doing it legally by going to a hero school like UA? Batman. I did want to be a hero like everybody else, but someone told me that I should give up. Aizawa. So you don't want to be a hero anymore? Batman. I mean, I guess in a way I still do, but I don't want to be a hero like that just as this for the fame and money or to prove I'm the strongest. Aizawa. What type of hero do you want to be then? Batman. A hero that people can look at with hope and joy while villains. Aizawa. While villains what? Batman. While the villains fear I could be in any shadow. Aizawa smirks at this. Aizawa. Okay then. Batman. We're approaching the ship, ready for this. Aizawa. Just keep up. With that said, the both jumped out of the Batmobile onto the ship. They ran across the ship until they found a group of people standing by the door to the inside of the ship. Batman. Guess we're going to have to take them down before we can go in. Aizawa didn't say anything as they both jumped at the group. Thug 1. Who are these clowns? Thug 2. Who cares, I need to blow off some steam after that lose. The group of thugs ran at them. As they were both fighting the thugs, Aizawa was watching how Izuku fought. As he was watching, Izuku ran up a thug while he was in the air. He threw a dull batarang, hitting 4 thugs before it returned back to him. As he landed on the ground, Izuku immediately threw the batarang at the first thug behind him, before going after the other thugs. Aizawa. He's highly trained to hit 4 people with 1 projectile. Can't be luck, that has to be studied, learned. After some more fighting, Aizawa. Batman, get in the ship, hand help the animals, I'll hold them off. Batman. I can't just leave you out there on your own. Aizawa kicks another thug before throwing his scalp at another. Aizawa. Just go, I've called for backup. Izuku punches a thug before grabbing a thug's arm and throwing him into another thug. Batman. Fine, just don't die. Izuku ran to the door before he could get close. 2 thugs ran at him. As they were doing this, Izuku jumped over them. While he was above them, he grabbed both their heads and slammed them together, knocking them out. As he landed, he ran through the doors of the ship. Izuku ran down the ship until he found a big arena-looking room. As he walked in, the door to the room closed behind him. He quickly got a batarang ready as someone stood on a balcony. Villain. If it isn't the Batman, you came just in time. The show's about begin. All of a sudden, a steel door opened, revealing an extremely big and mutated dog. Batman. What the hell is that? Villain. Like my little pet. Batman. What did you do? Villain. This is what happens when you try and give animals quirks. Batman. You experimented on them, turned them into monsters. Villain. Oh, not me, this other organization are making these monsters. I think they call them Nomus or something like that. Batman. What the hell is a Nomu? Villain. It's a good deal, I helped move their things and they gave me this good boy. Batman. Why are you telling me this? Villain. That's because Fluffy here is going to rip you apart. Kill him. As soon as he said this, the dog ran at him, swinging its paw at him. Izuku ducked under its paw and ran to the other side of the ring. When he reached the other side, he quickly turned invisible to try and hide from the dog. While this was happening, another man walked onto the balcony dragging a very familiar-looking dog on a leash with a muzzle on. This didn't go unnoticed by Izuku, but before he could do anything, the dog got near him, almost like he could see him. This thought was proven to be true as it raised both its paws and tried to slam them down as they were about to come down. Izuku tried to get out of the way only to be hit in the back. This caused his invisibility to fail. Villain 1. What took you so long? You almost missed the fun. Villain 2. This little mutt won't stop trying to run away. Villain 1. Don't worry if it doesn't get in line, I am sure our friends could use him for something. With Izuku trying to get clear from the dog, he starts throwing a freeze grenade at its legs, trying to make it stay in place only for it to use its paw to pin him against the wall, crushing him against it. Seeing an opportunity, Izuku throws a batarang at the leash the villain was holding, cutting it, releasing him from his grasp. As soon as he was free, he jumped at the villain, trying to bite him. Izuku grabs a flashbang from his belt and throw it at the dog's eyes, blinding it. Doing this made the dog let him go. Izuku looked up to see the other dog free and attacked the villain, only to see the other villain hit it off the balcony, acting fast. Izuku jumped and caught the dog and placed him on the floor. As soon as it was on the floor, it backed up and started to growl at him. Izuku put his hand out and slowly took the muzzle off when this happened, and it stopped growling. Batman. It's okay buddy, I'm not going to hurt you. The big dog regained its vision and ran at him. Izuku pushed the other dog out of the way, only for the big dog to hit him across the room. Before he could do anything, the dog used its claws to slash at him. This broke the outer layer of his suit, exposing the red wires underneath. Izuku struggled to get up as the dog was about to slam its paw on him, only for the other dog to jump up and bite the big dog on the neck, macking it back up. The smaller dog gets in front of Izuku in protecting manner, growling at the bigger dog. The smaller dog growls at the bigger dog. The bigger dog steps forward and dives at the smaller dog. Seeing this, Izuku uses all the energy he had to grab the smaller dog a boost up into the air. As soon as he got in the air, he threw a handful of smoke pellets into its mouth, making it cough and become slower and slower until it collapsed to the ground. Villain 1. What the hell, how did you beat the Hellhound? Villain 2. We have to get out of here, I heard from someone upstairs the pro's coming. The villain looks down at Izuku before running off with the other villain. Izuku flies up to the balcony with the dog. As they run after the two villains, they all ran till they make it to the top of the ship. As soon as they made it up to the top, the two villains turned to the door to see Izuku walk out of the doorway. One villain points a gun at him while the other sets his hands on fire before they could do anything. He throws a batarang at the gun, knocking it out of his hand. The other villain was about to throw fire at him when it suddenly went out, then something wrapped around him, pulling him into the air where Aizawa kneed him in the face, knocking him out before dropping next to Izuku. Aizawa. I am going to take it everything didn't go to plan. Batman. What makes you think that? Aizawa. You're sweet. Izuku just looks at him with an unamused look. Aizawa. You should go before the pros arrive. Before he could leave, the dog came up and sat next to him. Aizawa. Looks like you made a friend. Batman. What will happen to him? Aizawa. He'll most likely be placed into a shelter, hopefully he'll find a good family. Izuku starts petting him before asking Aizawa something. Batman. Why did you want to do this? Before he could say anything, a small meow was heard coming from his scarf. Batman. Is there a cat in your scarf? Aizawa. Who says there's just one? Batman. I should go, but please make sure he finds a good home. The dog looks at him before Izuku runs off the edge of the ship, disappearing. An hour later, in the pet shelter. After a while, the dog was placed in a cage in the shelter. This was until Izuku walked into the shelter and up to the front desk. Employee. Can I help you? Izuku. Yeah, I want to adopt Great Dane. Employee. Well, you're in luck, one has just been brought in if you want to have a look. The employee brought him to the back where he saw the dog in the cage. He got closer only for him go growl at him. Employee. Sorry, he's had a hard life, don't take it to heart, he's like this with everybody. Izuku. Could you give us a minute? They just nod before leaving the room. As soon as they leave, Izuku looks at the dog before pulling up his shirt, showing the bat symbol on his chest. When he saw the symbol, he stopped growling and Izuku opened the cage for him to walk out and sit in front of him. After a while, the employee walks back in to see them both getting along. Employee. He seems to like you, so what do you want to call him? Izuku. I was thinking something like Ace. Ace barks in agreement. Employee. I think he likes it. Izuku did everything that was needed to adopt while he was walking down the street, with Ace walking down the street next to him as they were walking. Izuku's phone went off. Izuku answered his phone to hear Bruce asking him to stop by the cave before going home. Izuku complied with what he asked. After a little while, Izuku and Ace were making their way into the Batcave. When they entered the cave, Bruce and Ace were staring at each other. Izuku. Should I give you some space or what? Bruce. It's fine. Izuku. Okay, so why did you need me here? Bruce looks at him before responding. Bruce. I have some things for you. Bruce gave him box. As he takes it, he looks at Bruce with a confused look. Izuku. What are these? Bruce. Open them and find out. As Izuku opens it, he finds two keys, one which looks as if it belongs to a house and the other looks like it belongs to a car or something. Izuku. What do they belong to? Bruce. One is for one of the penthouses upstairs and the other belongs to this. Izuku looks at the car before looking back at Bruce. Izuku. I can't take these, they're way too expensive. Bruce. You can and you will. Izuku. But Bruce. Izuku, it's fine, you've earned them, now you should get home and pack. Izuku. Gee, thank you for everything. Bruce. You're welcome. Izuku and Ace walk to and get into the car and drive off to the Yagi house. A few minutes before this happened at the Uraraka household. Uraraka. Why do I have to go to this party? Mrs. Uraraka. Because the person is an old friend of ours and we would like for you to come with us. Uraraka. Fine, but I wanted to see Izuku today. Mr. Uraraka. I'm sure he'll live one day without you, now come on, let's get moving. The three left their house and went to the other house, which looked very familiar house. As they got out of the car and walked up to the house. When they knocked on the door, a woman with long green hair opened the door. As soon as the two women saw each other, they yelled each other's names. Mrs. Uraraka. Inko. Ren. They both hug each other. Inko. It's been so long, how have you been? Mrs. Uraraka. I've been great. Oh, this is my husband and daughter. Inko. It's so nice to meet you, you have to come in and meet my daughter, I'm sure you two will be great friends. As she finished talking, they all entered the house. As soon as they made it to the living room, Uraraka made eye contact with Izumi and her friends. Izumi. Uraraka, what are you doing here? Uraraka. My man was friends with yours while they were young and your man invited us here. Izumi. Oh, okay. Uraraka. So where's Izuku? Katsumi. We don't know, the nerd's been missing all day, we thought he was with you. Uraraka. I haven't seen him, I've tried to phone him but he never picked up. Katsuki. Stop worrying, the nerd's fine. Uraraka was about to walk out of the room. The front door opened and Izuku walked into the living room. Uraraka. Izu. Uraraka runs up to him and hugged him, not breaking the hug. Uraraka. Where have you been? I've tried calling you all day. Izuku. Sorry, I've been away from my phone all day. Uraraka. It's okay as long as you're okay. Izuku. Ocha, what are you doing here? Uraraka. Well, Before she could finish her sentence, Ace started barking at her to get back. Uraraka stepped back away from Izuku. When she did this, Ace stopped barking and only growled at her until Izuku pet him. Izuku. Hey, it's okay, she's one of the good ones. Izuku puts his hand out to Uraraka for her to come closer. As she did so, Ace looked at her before going up to her. Izuku placed her hand on his head as she started to pet him. Uraraka. I'll look at you, you good boy. Everybody came into the living room after hearing the noise only to see Izuku and Uraraka petting a dog. Toshi. Izuku, my boy, where did this dog come from? Izuku. He's mine, I got him today. Inko. Well honey, that's nice, but I don't think we have the room for him in the house. Izuku. That doesn't matter because I am not living here anymore. This all brought surprise to everybody's face. Izumi. What do you mean, Izuku? Izuku. I mean what I said, I'm moving out into my own place. After saying this, Izuku walks upstairs with Uraraka and Ace and start packing the little stuff he had. Uraraka. This is your room, huh? And I thought my room was bare. Izuku. Yeah, well, this is what happens when your parents care more about your sister than you. Uraraka helps him to finish pack the rest of his stuff up before walking downstairs and out the front door until Tosh grabbed his shoulder. Toshi. Izuku, I know you haven't been feeling the same, but I can't just let you go out on your own, you could get hurt if you're on your own. This comment made Izuku angry. Before he looked at him, he puts his things next to his new car before walking up to Tosh and whispering in his ear. Izuku. Don't pretend to care about the only child you and your wife care about is your daughter. Now I'm going to leave and hopefully never look back, but if you try and make me come back, I'll make sure everybody knows about one for all. Toshi. What are you talking about? Izuku. Don't try and lie, I know who both of you are, All Might. After saying this, Izuku goes back to Uraraka standing near his car while leaving Toshi to go back into the house. Uraraka. So how far is your new home? Izuku. What do you mean? Uraraka. I was just wondering how far we're going to have to walk. Izuku smiles. Izuku. Why would we walk when we could take my new car? Uraraka. Wait, are you telling me that this really nice looking car is yours? Izuku. I mean, I do have the key to it. Uraraka's eyes light up like stars before she opens the car and gets in. Izuku just smiles at this before getting in himself and driving to his penthouse. As soon as they park and get to the door to the penthouse, Izuku opens the door to see what the penthouse looks like. Uraraka. OMG Izu. You live in such a fancy place, it's so cool. Izuku. I'm glad you like it. You know this place has a spare room you could stay around whenever you want. Uraraka. Wait, really you would let me stay around here whenever I want? Izuku. I mean, yeah, only if you want. Uraraka. Yeah, I would like that. But I should get home now. Izuku. Yeah, okay, come on, I'll give you a lift home. They walk out of the penthouse into the car. After a little while they made it to the Uraraka's household. After Uraraka says bye to Ace, her and Izuku walk up to the front door. Uraraka stops before she enters the house. Izuku. Is everything okay, Ocha? Without warning anything, Uraraka turns around and walks up to him, giving him a kiss on his cheek, making them both blush like crazy. Before she runs into her house, she says one last thing to him. Uraraka. Happy birthday, Izuku. After watching her shut the door, he places his hand on the cheek she kissed. He smiled before going back to his penthouse. WTH the Yagis. Toshi got Inko and Izumi and her friends together in the living room. Inko. Toshi, why did you want us to come here, and what about Izuku? Katsumi. Yeah, is he okay? He looked so mad when you were talking to him. Izumi. Is he coming home or not? Toshi. I am sorry, but no. Inko. What do you mean? Toshi, tell them what Izuku said to him. He tells them how he knows about who him and Inko really are and about how he knows about One for All. Izumi. So what are we going to do to get him back? Toshi. I don't know if we can. Katsumi. We can't give up, we have to try and make him see we were trying to keep him safe. Izumi. Katsumi's right, we have to do everything we can to get him back. They all agreed to do whatever they could to bring Izuku back. It's been a week since Izuku left the Yagi household. Over the week Izuku kept getting phone calls from his family and his former friends, but he never answers any of their calls. Izuku is currently getting ready to leave the penthouse and go to the Batcave before heading to the entrance exam. But before he could leave the door, Ace sat in front of the door. Izuku. What's up, buddy? Everything okay? Ace just barks at him. Izuku. Do you want to come with? He just laughs before they leave for the cave. When they got to the cave, they saw Bruce on the computer. Izuku. Morning, Bruce. What are you doing here? Should you be at UA? Izuku. The exam is in a couple of hours, so I thought I would get a little bit more training in before I go to the exam. Bruce. Do you know what you're bringing with you in the exam? Izuku. I was thinking some shuriken, a grapple gun, and maybe some bombs. Bruce. Good choice. Izuku started training till it was time for him to go to the entrance exam. Before he left the cave, Bruce stopped him. Bruce. Before you go, you should take this. Bruce hands him a utility belt and a scream of sticks. Bruce. These should help when it comes to close combat. Izuku. Thanks, I promise I'll do my best to pass. Izuku takes the sticks before trying to walk out of the cave, only for Ace to walk with him. Bruce. Looks like someone wants to go with you. Izuku. Sorry Ace, I have to go and you can't come with. Ace just barks at him. Izuku tries to walk off before Ace walks with him. Bruce. I don't think he's taking a no for an answer. Izuku. Sigh, you're not going to let me go on my own. Ace barks before they start walking to UA. At the UA entrance. As soon as Izuku and Ace reach UA, everybody starts to stare at them. He could hear some of them muttering about him. Random person 1. Why does that green-haired guy have a dog with him? Random person 2. I don't know, but his dog looks adorable. Random person 3. Yeah, but why does he have the dog with him? Does it have to do with his quirk or something? Most of the girls wanted to pet Ace while the boys were wondering what his quirk was. Izuku was walking further into Ua until 3 people he didn't want to see again spotted him. As soon as Izumi and her friends saw him, they began to run up to him. But before they could get close to him, a voice was heard calling to Izuku. When they looked, they saw Uraraka running towards him. Uraraka. There you are, Izu, and it looks like you brought my favorite puppy dog with you. When Ace saw Uraraka, he ran up to her, only for her to start petting him until he was on his back getting his belly rubbed. Izuku. Now I know why he wanted to come so badly. He wanted to see you. Uraraka. Ah, is someone jealous? Izuku. I am not jealous. Uraraka. Sure you're not. Izuku rolled his eyes. Izuku. Come on, we should get to the auditorium. Uraraka. Yeah, let's g. Izumi. Hey, you don't mind if we accompany you too? As soon as Izumi said this, Ace got up and jumped in front of both Izuku and Uraraka, and started to growl at Izumi and her friends. Katsuki. Call the dog off, nerd, we have to talk. Izuku. And what makes you think I want to hear anything you have to say? Uraraka. Why don't you leave him alone? Haven't you hurt him enough? Katsumi. We're not talking to you, so why don't you just get lost? Izuku. Don't you dare talk to her like that. Katsumi. Why do you care about her so much? She probably only using you for money. After she said that, there was a loud slap sound as Uraraka slapped Katsumi. When everybody looked at Uraraka, they were met with an extremely angry look. As she spoke, there was venom in her voice. Uraraka. How dare you? I would never use Izu for money. Katsumi. I'll have. Uraraka. I didn't say I was done. I care about Izuku more than any of you 3 could. With that said, Uraraka grabs Izuku's hand before walking off with him and Ace, leaving the trio to think about what happened. Izuku and Uraraka were walking into the auditorium. Unfortunately, they had to leave Ace by the doors. When they were seated, Izuku noticed that Uraraka was looking down like she was ashamed of herself. Izuku. Is everything okay? I mean, the ground can't be that interesting. Uraraka. Yeah, I am fine, it's just. Izuku. Just what? Uraraka. I've never lost my cool like that before. Izuku just smiles at her before lifting her chin up so she was looking at him. Izuku. Listen, it's okay to lose it sometimes, and I kinda thought it was nice to know you care about me that much. Uraraka smiled at him before the lights in the auditorium went dim and the stage lit up to show Present Mike. As soon as Izuku saw him, he started nerding out. This made Uraraka laugh. After the written exam, Present Mike is currently explaining the practical exam until a blue-haired guy stood up interrupting Mike to rant about how he was explaining the exam. Izuku wanted to listen until the boy pointed at him. And you've been muttering the whole time. It is very distracting. If you can't take this seriously, then please leave. Izuku just looks at him, but before he could stand up and say anything, Uraraka grabbed his arm and kept him in his seat. When he looked at her, she shook her head no. He just sighed before Mike continued. As soon as he finished explaining the exam, as everybody was getting ready to leave until midnight, walked on stage and handed a note to Mike. As soon as she walked on stage, most of the male students were gawking at her. Present Mike. I have a note here for the boy who came in with the dog. He will be with the teachers until the end of the exam, where you can come and collect him at the main desk. Midnight whispered something into Mike's ear. Present Mike. Midnight would also like to know if she has permission to pet him. Izuku puts a thumb up, telling them it was okay. When they left the auditorium, he made sure Ace wouldn't try and attack the teachers. After doing this, he left for the fake city. As he looks back at Ace, he sees him being smothered by Midnight and looks at Izuku with a pleading look. Izuku smiles before going to the city. When he arrived, he got his equipment ready and started looking for Uraraka. When he found her, she looked nervous. He was going to go and talk with her until he felt a hand on his shoulder. When he turned, he saw the same blue-haired guy from before. What do you think you're doing? Izuku. What do you mean? The nerve you have to distract someone when they are trying to compose themselves. Are you trying to make them fail? Not to mention that you're not allowed to have anything to help you with your quirk. I highly suggest you ever turn your equipment into the teachers, or you should leave. Izuku. You have to calm down. I wasn't going to distract her. She's my best friend. I would never do anything to hurt her chances of passing. She just looks nervous. I was going to help her, and second, I am allowed to have these to help me. And why is that, Izuku? Because I don't have a quirk. Izuku begins to walk off towards Uraraka. As soon as he reached her, he put his hand on her shoulder, making her jump and face him. Izuku. Sorry if I scared you. I just thought I would see if you're okay. Uraraka. Why, yeah, just a bit nervous. I've looked at everybody and their quirks, and then I look at mine and I don't know if I can pass. Izuku. Hey, look at me. I know you can pass, and don't compare your quirk to theirs. A strong quirk doesn't mean everything. Just do your best. That's all anyone could ask of you. Uraraka. Thanks, Izu. That helped a lot. Izuku. I'm glad. They talked about what they thought was going to happen in the exam. This was interrupted by Mike saying that the exam was about to start. Everybody got ready to run into the city as the doors opened. Nobody moved. They all looked at Mike, who shouted at them to move. When he said this, they all ran in. As soon as they went near the city, Izuku used his grapple gun to pull him to the top of a building. While he was ascending, he got some shurikens and threw them into some robots, making them blow up. As soon as he got to the roof, he ran across the edge until he made it to the other side, where he jumped off and used his grapple to swing down the street, throwing shuriken at any robot he could find until he made it to the ground, where he ran down the street. With the pros in the observation room. Inko. It looks like we have some very promising candidates this year, don't you think? Nezu. It would seem, but let's see how things go first, shall we? Suddenly the door to the room opened and everybody looked over to see Midnight, Mike and Ace walk in. As soon as Ace sees Aizawa, he walked up to him. All Might. Isn't that Izuku's dog? Does that mean he's taking the exam? Inko walks up to Ace only for him to growl at her. He only stopped when she backed away. Aizawa looked at Ace only for him to look at Aizawa. Aizawa then looked at Inko and Toshi before speaking. Aizawa. Who's Izuku? All Might. He's our son. Aizawa. Nezu, could you find and pull up Izuku Yagi and tell us how many points he has? Nezu. Right away. Nezu starts looking for Izuku until he finds him on the edge of the city and pulls him up on the big screen for everybody to see. They see Izuku fighting off robots left and right. Then a group of robots come up to him. They watch as Izuku runs up the first robot and throw a shuriken at the other 4 robots, hitting the wires, making them, breaking them. As he landed on the ground, the shuriken returned to him. He quickly turned and used the shuriken to slash the wires, breaking the last one before running to the middle of the city. Nezu. Izuku Yagi has acquired 145 points. The pros had an impressed look apart from Aizawa, who has a smile on his face that didn't go unnoticed. Midnight. What's got you smiling? Aizawa. Nezu, I want him in my class. I also will need to talk to you after this. Nezu. Consider it done. Present Mike. I didn't think I would see the day you want a student. Aizawa just gives him a look before looking back at the screen. Aizawa. Gotcha. Inko whispered something in Toshi's ear. Inko. Where did he learn how to do that? All Might. I don't know. Inko. Haven't you talked to him yet? All Might. I've tried, but he hasn't answered. What about you? Inko. Same. Do you think we messed everything up? All Might. We just have to give him time. We'll get him back. Inko. I hope so. I miss my baby boy. Nezu. I think it's time we give them a challenge. Nezu says this before pressing a big red button. Back with Izuku. Izuku was walking down the street before a loud bang was heard. Looking down the street, he saw everybody running from the 0-pointer. Izuku. Ua is giving Bruce a run for his money. He was about to run off until he heard someone yell out for help. When he looked to where the sound came from to see Uraraka stuck under some rubble, without thinking he ran towards her. With the pros. Inko. Nezu, shut that thing down. Nezu. I can't, something's wrong. All Might. I have to get down there. Aizawa. Wait. Inko. Wait, we can't wait, she'll die if we do. Aizawa. Just watch. Back with Uraraka under the rubble. Uraraka. Oh God, please someone help me, anybody. Am I going to die here? I am so sorry, Mom, Dad. Izuku, I am so sorry I failed. As she starts to tear up thinking she was going to die, there was a sudden explosion. When she looked up, she was Izuku throwing small bombs at the 0-pointer. Uraraka. Izu. Izuku. I have to get rid of that thing before I can help Ochako. She watched as he ran up to it and used his grapple gun to get up to the head of the zero-pointer. As soon as he made it to the head, he ran to the neck where he could get to wires. As soon as he got close, he got every last bomb he had and dropped them into the neck before the bombs went off. Izuku ran and jumped off the zero-pointer. While in the air, he grapples while the bombs went off, stopping the zero-pointer in its tracks. The zero-pointer fell back over as Izuku landed on the ground. He walked towards Uraraka and lifted the rubble off her leg for her to move out from under it. When she was out of the way, he dropped the rubble. As he did this, a siren went off, indicating the exam was over. Izuku. Are you alright? Is your leg okay? Uraraka. Izuku. Ochako. Uraraka. Why you? Izuku. Me what? She hits him on the arm before yelling at him. Uraraka. You idiot, why would you do something so dangerous? Izuku. Ow ow. Okay, I am sorry. Uraraka. Don't you dare do anything like that again. Izuku. Okay, I won't. Can you please stop hitting me? She stops but looks away from him, pouting. Izuku. Sigh, how about I make it up to you? Uraraka. Yeah, how? Izuku. How about before we go home we go get some mochi? She immediately looks at him. He just smiled at her before walking up to her and picking her up bridal style, making her blush. As soon as he picked her up, he walked to the nurse's office. When they walked into the office, there was a small old lady sitting at a desk. Recovery girl. Can I help you toe? Izuku. She has a hurt leg. Recovery girl. Just lay her on the bed and it'll help. Izuku did what he was told and placed her on the bed. Recovery girl walked up to her and kissed her leg and healed her. Uraraka. Thank you. Recovery girl. Not a problem. Uraraka. Okay Izu, time for you to keep your promise. Recovery girl. And what did you promise her? Uraraka. Well, for being extremely reckless and putting himself in danger, he's taking me to go get mochi. Aizawa. Well, you will have to wait a little, I need a word with Yagi. Everybody in the room apart from Izuku jumped. Recovery girl. What have I told you about sneaking up on people? I swear one of these days you're going to give someone a heart attack. Aizawa. Can I have that word? Izuku looks to Uraraka. Uraraka. Sigh, I'll get Ace from the main desk and meet you at the entrance. Izuku and Aizawa wall out of the room and down the hall to an empty room. Izuku. So what do you want to talk about, sir? Aizawa. You can drop the act, I know who you really are. Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about. Aizawa. Yes you do. Izuku. I am sorry but I don't, and I should get going before I worry Ochako. He was about to walk out the room until Aizawa spoke up. Aizawa. You're really going to make me say it, ain't you, Batman? Izuku stopped in his tracks. Izuku. Crap, he knows. Izuku. What do you mean I can't be Batman? Aizawa. Similar height and voice, not to mention the same dog Batman saved last week, but the last piece of evidence was the move you pulled on the 5 robots, the same move Batman did on the ship. Izuku. So, what are you going to do? Aizawa. That's a conversation for another time. For now go take that girl and get that mochi, we'll talk tomorrow. Izuku. Before I go I have to know, are you going to tell anybody? Aizawa. No, now go. Izuku walks out of the room and to the entrance of Ua while Aizawa went to Nezu's office. When Izuku got to the entrance he met up with Uraraka and Ace before walking off. With Aizawa when he got to Nezu's office. When he walked into the office he saw Nezu sat at his desk. Nezu. So what would you like to discuss? Aizawa. Aizawa. What is your opinion on the Batman? Nezu. That depends on which one you're referring to, the old or the new. Aizawa. The new one. Nezu. If he's going to be anything like the old one then I think our city is in good hands. Now for my question, why the sudden interest? Aizawa. Something I working on. Nezu. Love the mystery. Anyway, I have my own plans for the new Batman. Aizawa looked at him curious as to what he had planned. Aizawa. Mind telling me what you have planned? Nezu. You'll all find out in due time. Aizawa just nods before walking out of the room. A week later. Izuku was sitting on his couch before there was a knock at his door. When he answered the door there was a mailman who handed him a letter before walking off. After getting the letter he went back to the couch. When he opened it, a silver disc fell out. As soon as it landed on the coffee table, a hologram screen came out. When the screen became clear, Nezu was standing there. As this went on, Nezu told him how he did in the exam and that he will be in class 1A. After saying this, the disc turned off. Izuku smiled before getting ready for the night ahead of him. The next Monday, Izuku was getting ready for his first day at UA, but before he leaves he goes to the Batcave. Bruce. Ready for UA? Izuku. Yeah, I am just wondering what we're going to do with Eraserhead knowing who I am. Bruce. There's nothing we can do, but if he wanted to expose who you really are, he would have done it by now. Izuku. So now what? Bruce. I have a board meeting to get to and you should get to school. They leave the Batcave. Izuku goes to the garage to get his car before going to UA. As he pulled up, he got a lot of looks from the other students. He walked into the building and started looking for 1A classroom. Izuku. 1A, 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 where is 1A? He kept looking until he found a big door with a sign showing 1A. As he opens the door, he sees the same blue-haired boy arguing with Bakugo until he sees him walk over to him. Hello, my name is Tenya Iida and you're that boy from the entrance exam, the one who stopped the 0-pointer, aren't you? Izuku. Yeah, I am Izuku Yagi. Lita. I must apologize for how I acted towards you. Izuku. It's okay, don't worry about it. Lita. I thank you for your forgiveness. Before Izuku could respond, someone covered his eyes. Guess who? Izuku. Hey Ocha, Uraraka. How do you know it was me? Izuku. Who else would do that to me on the first day? Uraraka. Fair, so what do you think we're going to do today? I hope the teachers are nice. I hope we can get along with everybody. If you're just here to make friends, I suggest you leave now. All three of them looked to where the voice came from to see Aizawa in a yellow sleeping bag. He got up off the ground before walking to the front of the classroom. Aizawa. My name is Shota Aizawa and I'm your homeroom teacher. Now with that done, grab your pay uniform and meet me at the track field. Uraraka. But what about orientation? We're going to miss it. Aizawa. My class, my rules. If you have a problem with that, then maybe you should go home. After saying this, everybody grabs their uniforms and leave to the changing room. After getting changed, they went to the field to see Aizawa standing there waiting for them. Aizawa. Took them all long enough. Aizawa. Alright, you all will be taking part in a quirk apprehension tests. Aizawa then called out Katsuki Bakugo to use his quirk in a softball throw. Bakugo walked into the middle of the ring and throw the ball with his quirk. He yelled die as GHE throw the ball. He had scored about 750 meters. As Aizawa showed his score to the class, the students got excited to use their quirks. This went on until one student said something about how fun this was gonna be. That did not sit well with Aizawa, who declared whoever came in last place would be expelled. Some students called out how unfair this was. This made Aizawa point out how life isn't fair by listing many examples with bullying, natural disasters and discrimination. Hearing this made Izumi and Katsumi flinch. The test continued with Izuku doing well with everything he was given. The only thing they had left to do was the ball throw. As Izuku got in the middle of the ring, he threw the ball 100 meters. When his score was shown, a blonde-haired kid with a black lightning shape on his hair spoke up. Kaminari. Wait, why didn't you use your quirk? Izuku. I don't have one. Class 1A except Uraraka, Izumi and her friends. What? Aizawa. How about you try using one of your gadgets? Izuku. Sure. Before he threw the ball, he put a bomb on a shuriken. As he threw the ball, he waited for it to get a little further before throwing the shuriken. As soon as it hit the ball, it exploded, making the ball go further. When the ball landed, Aizawa showed it to the class, showing his score to be 800 meters. After everybody did the throw, Aizawa showed where they were at the end of the test. When everybody looked at where they were, only for a kid with purple balls on his head was crying on his knees. Mineta. Goodbye fangirls and my harem. Aizawa. And I was lying, no one is going home. That was to motivate you to give it your all. Now head back to the classroom. They change into their school uniform before they walk back to the classroom. When they got back to the classroom, they introduced themselves to each other before it came to the end of the school day. Izuku was walking to his car before Aizawa stopped him. Izuku. Is there a problem? Aizawa. We need to talk. Izuku nods before they walk to a spare room. Izuku. What's this about? Aizawa. There has been reports about a group of villains doing some sort of experiments. I want to know if you have anything to add. Izuku. Experiments like that dog on the ship. Aizawa. Yeah. Izuku. When I was talking to the villain he called something a Nomu. Aizawa. Nomu, do you have any idea what it is? Izuku. It could be a villain or some sort of weapon. Aizawa. Izuku. So what is this partnership? Aizawa. I help you and you help me. Izuku. Here I was thinking you were going to arrest me. Aizawa. The Batman is one of the most legendary hero to ever live. That symbol gives a lot of people hope, and if I were to arrest you then that hope dies. Izuku. So you're trying to keep the hope of the Batman alive, but why? Aizawa. That's a story for another time. Should get back to you. Hide out and get out there. Izuku. Yeah, sure. Izuku leaves the school and heads back to the Batcave to suit up for the night ahead. Class 1A was in class listening to Mike's lecturer. While this was going on, Izuku trying not to fall asleep. Izuku. I shouldn't have been on patrol for so long last night. I can barely able to keep my eyes open. Before he could fall asleep the bell rang, marking the end of the lesson. As Mike leaves the room everybody started to talk to each other. Uraraka. Hey Izu, you okay? Izuku. Yeah, why? Uraraka. You look like you were falling asleep at your desk. Izuku. I am okay, just didn't sleep much last night. Uraraka. Is everything okay? Anything I can help with? Izuku. I am okay, it's nothing to worry about. Uraraka. Okay, well, what do you think we're doing next lesson? Before he could answer they heard some loud footsteps before the door to the classroom swung open, revealing All Might and Magnetic. All Might. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Magnetic. Hey. As soon as they come through the door everybody in the class was getting excited to meet the number one hero. As they were muttering, All Might and Magnetic walked to the front of the room. All Might. So today we will be doing battle training. Magnetic. But before we can get to training we should get you all looking like proper heroes. All Might. Yes, now get your case and head to Fake City Gamma. As everybody gets their case and left to City Gamma. Izuku was about to leave until All Might asked him to stop back for a little bit before going to get changed. He closed the door before turning to face them. As soon as he did that All Might deflates into his small form. Izuku. Sight, what can I help you with? Toshi. We have something for you. Izuku. What? Inko. We didn't know if you put in for a hero suit so we made you one. She hands him a case. When he opens it he sees a light green jumpsuit with a white pattern on it and a hood that looks like rabbit ears. Inko. We found one of your hero books as we looked through it and found one of you old hero costume design so we made it real. Izuku didn't say anything. Inko. Do you like it? Quote. Tosh. Of course he does, don't you? Izuku walked up to them and put the case on the floor before grabbing his own case. Toshi. You aren't going to take your suit. Izuku. That's not my suit. Inko. But we made it for you. Izuku. I am not taking that costume. Inko. But why, honey, don't you want to have a hero suit? Izuku. I have one and that suit is everything I don't want to be anymore. Toshi. What do you mean by that? Izuku. Sight, you don't get it. He turns to the door before he could open the door. Inko grabbed his shoulder. Inko. Then help us understand. Izuku. I made that design when I thought I could be a hero like All Might. When I thought having a quirk is the only way to be a hero. Toshi. Having a quirk isn't the only way to be a he. Izuku. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Toshi. What? Izuku. Where was that when I was at the top of that building when I needed to hear it? Toshi. Izuku. Do you know what happened that day? Did your golden child tell you what her and her friends did to me, what they always did to me every day for the last 11 years? Both Toshi and Inko have a confused look on their face. Inko. What did Izumi do? Izuku. How about you ask her? Izuku walks out of the room slamming the door behind him, leaving them in the room. As soon as he left, Inko started to tear up only for Toshi to hug her. After a few minutes they both left to the fake city. In the girls' changing room. As they were getting changed, Mina had a question that was bugging her since yesterday. While she was changing, she looks to Uraraka. Mina. Hey Uraraka. Uraraka looks towards her. Uraraka. Yeah, what's up Mina? Mina. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Uraraka. Yeah, sure. Mina. Thanks. So what is your relationship with Yagi? Uraraka. What do you mean? Mina. Well, you two seem really close. Uraraka starts to blush at what she was saying. Uraraka. What makes you think that? Mina. Maybe the fact that you call him Izu all the time. Uraraka. It's just a nickname. Mina. Sure, you like him don't you? She says this with a big smile on her face. Uraraka. Oh, of course I like him, he's my best friend. Mina. So he's free game. Uraraka. What? Mina's smile gets bigger. Mina. Well, I mean you're not going out with him, so I might try my luck. Uraraka. No, I mean it's a little too early to ask anybody out, isn't it? Before they could say anything, they hear a locker slam closed. As they look and they see Katsumi walk away from the locker and out of the room. Mina. Drama this year is going to be fun. After this happened, the girls finished getting changed and left to go to the fake city. At fake city Gamma, a little bit after All Might and Magnetic arrive at the fake city, the class walk out of the tunnel in their hero suits. As soon as they made it out of the tunnel, they walked to All Might and Magnetic. As they stood there, Izumi looked at her mother to see her eyes red and puffy. Izumi. What happened to mom? I'll have to ask her if she's okay when we get home. All Might. So today we. Uraraka. Wait, where's Izu? He's not here. Katsuik. The nerds probably ran home crying. Before Uraraka could say anything, Izumi spoke up. Izumi. Don't worry, he's probably just admiring the suit our parents made for him. I'm sure he just loves it so much he can't help but keep looking at it. Before Uraraka could say anything, they heard footsteps from the tunnel. As it got closer, they saw Izuku in his own hero suit. As he walked up to the group, everybody was looking at him. Izuku. Sorry I was late, I had to talk to the teachers before I could get changed. Kirishima. Damn Yagi bro, your hero suit looks awesome. Izuku. Thanks, your suit looked good too. While he was talking to Kirishima, Mina looks at Uraraka. Mina. Wow, Yagi looks good in his suit, doesn't he? Uraraka starts to blush. Uraraka. Why yeah, he does. After they said this, All Might spoke up. All Might. Well, with Izuku here now, we can get on with our lesson. Today we will sort you into pairs of two. One of the pairs will be heroes while the other will be villains. Magnetic. To sort which pair will be the heroes and which pair would be the villain, we have chosen at random who will work with who and which pair will be the heroes and villains. They explain how the hero and villains could win. After telling them, they sort them into their pairs. As soon as they made the pairs, they chose who would be the heroes and the villains. All Might. The heroes will be Izuku Yagi and Ochako Uraraka, while the villains will be Katsumi Bakugo and Izumi Yagi. The villain team can go and hide the bomb while the hero team can make a plan. Izuku and Uraraka were standing outside of the building waiting for the round to start. Uraraka. So what's the plan? Izuku. Knowing both of them, Katsumi will want to fight us head on, but Izumi will most likely keep her from doing that. Uraraka. So Katsumi will be with the bomb while Izumi will be coming after us. Izuku. Exactly, so the plan is I will take on Izumi while you find the bomb. Uraraka. Okay, I'm following so far. Izuku. When you find the bomb, try and get to it without being seen. Uraraka. Got it. All Might calm. The hero team can now enter the building. Izuku and Uraraka enter the building. They started searching the building as they were walking down the halls looking until Izuku stopped all of a sudden. Uraraka. What's up, Izu? He proceeds to grab Uraraka and run into the closest room. As soon as they got in the room, he put her down and opens the door a little to peek out. Uraraka. Why did you do that? Izuku. Shish. He points to the door. As she looks out, she sees Izumi walking down the hall. Izuku proceeds to whisper to her. Izuku. Go find the bomb, I'll deal with here. Uraraka just nods. They wait for Izumi to walk past the door before they slowly open the door and walk out. Uraraka runs the way Izumi came from while Izuku goes after Izumi. He looks round the corner to see her walking down the hall slowly. He runs at her. She turns round, but before she could do anything he kicks her in the stomach, knocking her back. He then jumps and tries to hit her, only for her to jump out of the way, making him hit the floor. Izumi. OWW Izuku, you didn't have to hit me that hard. He just ran at her and grabbed her arm and flipped her over his shoulder. When she hit the floor, she used her quirk and sent him back. They both get back up and look at each other. Izumi. I don't want to hurt you, Izuku. Izuku. Don't try and pretend to care. Izumi. I do care. Izuku. Sure you do, that's why you hurt and bullied me for 11 years. Izumi. Izuku IMS. Before she could finish what she was going to say, he ran to her. Izumi tried to catch him with her quirk, only for him to jump off the wall and try to kick her, and she ducks under his leg. She turns round and tries to catch him again before she could use her quirk. He hit her hand away and elbowed her in the face, knocking her to the ground. Izuku. Come on, you can do better than that. Izumi. I just want to talk. Izuku. Who said I want to talk? I'm here to win the training. Izumi. I am sorry, Izuku, but you have to listen to me. I need to tell you why we did all that to you. She tries to grab him, only for him to move out. She then tries to punch him in the chest, only for him to catch and twist her arm back, holding her in place. With the rest of the class. Momo. I say, he's not giving her a chance to fight back. Zero. It's kind of brutal. Inko look at All Might with a concerned look. Inko. Do you think we should stop them? All Might. I don't know, I just hope they don't hurt each other too much. Inko. Me too, I don't like seeing my babies hurt each other. With Uraraka. While Izuku and Izumi were fighting, Uraraka was looking from room to room until she found Katsumi and the bomb. As she tried to sneak in, she hid behind a pillar. Before she could do anything, she looked towards where Kitsumi was, only to see her running towards her. Acting quick, she dives out of the way of her explosion. As soon as she got out of the way, she got up and made a run for the bomb, only to be intercepted by Katsumi, knocking her back. Katsumi. I'm going to kill you. Uraraka. What, why now? Katsumi. When I beat you, Izuku will see that you are nothing but a weak bitch who shouldn't be here. Uraraka. All you have ever done is just hurt him. Katsumi. When I tell him why I did it to him, he will forgive me and he'll never talk to you again. Uraraka. Would you shut up? She ran at her and threw a punch at her, only for Katsumi to use her explosions to knock Uraraka back. Thinking quickly, she ran to the pillar when Katsumi was using her explosion, making her hit them, destroying them into smaller blocks. She then used her quirk on them to make them weightless. She grabbed some of the rocks and threw them at Katsumi before they hit her. She deactivated her quirk before they could hit her. Katsumi used her quirk to break the rocks before they could hit her. The force from the explosion threw Uraraka back to the other side of the room as she hit the wall and fell to the ground, holding her ribs. Katsumi. You are just a weak poor bitch who's trying to be something you can't. Katsumi walks up to her and throws her into the wall. Uraraka hits her in the face when she got close, only for Katsumi to hit her in the ribs. Uraraka. No matter what you do to me, Izuku will never love you. Uraraka whimpered out in pain. Hearing this infuriated her. She then pushed her against the wall and placed her palm near her stomach and let off an explosion, making her scream in pain. Uraraka. Ah. With Izuku 10 minutes earlier. Izuku was still holding Izumi by her arm. He then grabs a shuriken and throws it at the camera, breaking it. As soon as he did that, he throws Izumi down the hall. Izuku. No one can hear us anymore, so use one for all. She gets up from the ground and looks at her. Izumi. What? Izuku. Use that quirk and fight me with everything you've got. Izumi. I'm not going to do that, I could really hurt you. He gives her an annoyed look before speaking. Izuku. If you use that quirk and beat me, I'll listen to what you have to say. She thinks about this before charging up one for all. Izuku. It takes a few seconds to charge it up. Izumi runs at him and tries to hit him, only for him to catch her arm and hit her in the ribs before pushing her away. She immediately uses her quirk to throw him through a door behind him. She stops using one for all and runs to the door. Izumi. Izuku, are you okay? So sorry. Izumi runs to the door only to see nothing. She starts looking through the room to try and find him. Izuku drops from the ceiling and kicks her in the back, making her hit the ground. She gets up and gets ready to fight. She starts to charge up one for all. Before she could finish charging up, Izuku runs at her, kicks and tries to hit her. Izumi had to stop charging up one for all to dodge the kick. They both looked at each other before they could do anything. The sound of explosions stopped them. Izuku. Please be okay, Ochako. While Izumi was not focusing, he took the chance to sweep her legs and jump over her to have his back to the door. As he was going to attack her, they heard Uraraka scream. This made both of them freeze. Without thinking, he turns and runs out of the room and heads to where the scream comes from. Izumi takes a few seconds before running after her brother. When they made it to the room, they saw Katsumi kicking Uraraka on her stomach. Burns seeing this flew him into a rage. Izuku. What the hell are you doing? Katsumi looks back and saw Izuku standing at the doorway. She starts walking slowly towards him. Katsumi. Izuku, we were fighting and I had to take her down and keep her down so she wouldn't attack me. Izuku runs past her and slide across the floor towards Uraraka. As soon as she got to her, he makes her look at him. Izuku. Ochako, Uraraka. Izu. Uraraka quietly whimpered in pain before passing out. Izuku starts to panic as she doesn't respond. While he was trying to wake her up, he quickly picked her up and ran to Recovery Girl's office. As he was running down the halls, Izumi got into a fighting stance only to drop it when she saw Uraraka passed out in his arms. He ran past her without even looking at her. As he ran out of the building, out of Fake City Gamma, and to Recovery Girl's office. As soon as he reached the office, he barged through the door. Izuku. Recovery Girl, we need your help. Recovery Girl. My boy, you Santa. Oh my. Get her on the bed as fast as you can. He puts her on the bed. Recovery Girl. I need you to leave the room. Izuku. No, I am not leaving her. Recovery Girl. You being here isn't helping. Leave the room. Izuku. But Recovery Girl. I'll get you when I'm done helping her. He leaves the room and what's in the hall. After 20 minutes, Recovery Girl walked out the room. Izuku. Is she okay? Recovery Girl. She'll be fine. There isn't any permanent damage. It will most likely hurt for a while. Izuku. Can I see her? Recovery Girl. You can. Izuku. Thank you. He walks in while Recovery Girl walks down the hall. As he enters, he sees Uraraka sitting on the bed looking out the window. He walks to the bed and sits on the edge of the bed. Doing this made Uraraka turn and face him. As she looks at him, a sad expression, and looks down. Izuku. You okay? Uraraka. Yeah, I mean my stomach hurts a little bit. Recovery Girl gave me something to help. It should kick in soon. Izuku. Ocha, can you tell me what happened? Uraraka. Nothing, we were just fighting and it went too far. Izuku. Ocha. Uraraka. Well, I'll just do better next time. Izuku. Ochac. Uraraka. Next time I'll show her that I can be. Izuku. Ochako, stop. Take a breath, look at me and tell me what happened. She takes a breath before looking at him. As soon as she looked at him, he could see her eyes had tears, nearly ready to fall. Aur grabbed her and pulled her into a tight hug. Izuku. What happened? Uraraka. Well, I made it to the room but she found me. We fought. Some words were said that made me think. Izuku. Think what? Uraraka. That I might not belong here. I mean my first fight and I only got one hit in. We had to stop the training because of how bad I was beat. Izuku stopped hugging. He ran, looked her in the eye and with a serious voice. Izuku. Ochako, Uraraka, don't you dare say that don't belong here. You are one of the most heroic people I know. And yes, you were beating, but it's how you deal with it and what type of hero you're going to be. A hero that gives up when you're beaten, or the type of hero that can overcome her setbacks and be better than before. Uraraka smiles. Uraraka. Thanks, Izuku. Come on, school's over, I'll take you home. Uraraka. I am able to walk home. Izuku. Not when you're recovering and this is not up for debate. Uraraka. Sigh, fine, but can we stop for food? I'm starving. Izuku. Fine. They both got changed into regular clothes and when they met up they headed to Izuku's car. Before they could reach his car they heard footsteps behind them. As they turned they saw the Yagi family and Bakugo twins walking up to them before they could get any closer. Izuku puts his hand out telling them to stop. Izuku. Why are you all here? Katsumi. We have to talk. Izuku. You don't get to talk after what you did. Katsuki. Don't talk to my sister like that, you nerd. Toshi. We just need to talk to you, so can young Uraraka please leave? Uraraka was getting ready to leave only for Izuku to grab her hand. Izuku. Speaking of Ochako, where were ever of you when Katsumi nearly blow a hole through Ochako's stomach? Izuku. Here's what you're all going to do, you going to stay away from both Ochako and I. As both Izuku and Uraraka were about to get in the car until Inko spoke up. Inko. Why do you hate us so much? Hearing this, he slams the door before looking at them. Izuku. You want to know why I hate each of you? Okay, my supposed family ignored me until it was convenient for them, while my sister and friends bullied me for 11 years. But the worst of it is that each and every one of you did something to ever hurt or put the one person I care about the most in danger. Izuku and Uraraka get in the car and drive off. Before they could say anything to him while they were standing there, a thought came across Toshi's mind. Toshi. Did you three really bully him? Izumi. I. Why yes we did. They both looked at the three in shock. Inko. But why? Toshi. We should talk about this at a later date. I don't think we should talk about this here. With Izuku and Uraraka, as they were driving to get food, Uraraka looked at Izuku before speaking. Uraraka. Hey Izu, when you said the one person you care about, who is that one person? Izuku. They're most likely the most important person in my life and I would do anything for them. Uraraka. What is this feeling when I look or talk to him? My heart feels like it's beating 6 miles an hour. A few hours later. It's been a couple hours since he and Uraraka got food. Izuku was currently in the batsuit on top of a building doing his patrol. As he was running from building to building, he spotted a group of 4 thugs walking into a building. Batman. What are they up to? He goes to a window. As he goes in, he walks across the steel beam till he is standing above them, listening in on what they were talking about. Thug 1. So when is the attack? Thug 2. Tomorrow at 12 I think. Thug 4. It's not at 12, it's 10 inches. Izuku throws a dull batarang into the shadows. This was heard by 2 of the thugs. Thug 3. The hall was that. Thug 4. I don't know you, To, go check it out. The 2 thugs go into the shadows. As they did so, there were a few moments of silence until Izuku runs out of the shadows, kicking the third thing in the head, knocking him out. He then stands up straight and turns his head to the thug. Out of fear, the thug tries to grab his gun, only for Izuku to grab the gun and then grab the thug by the throat and lift him off the ground. Batman. You talked about an attack, where and when? Thug 4. Okay, I'll talk at 10 tomorrow. A large group of villains will attack the USJ. Batman. Why? Thug 4. I don't know, but the leader had a big grudge against All Might. I don't know what his name is. Izuku slams him into the ground, knocking Jim out. Batman. You get that? Bruce, calm. I got it. You should inform Aizawa of what we have learned. Batman. I'll inform him as soon as possible, but for now I'll see what's going on in the rest of the city. In the early morning, Izuku was running down the halls of Ua trying to find Aizawa. When he opened the door to the classroom, the only people he saw were Izumi and her friends. As soon as they saw Izuku, they ran up to him. Izumi. Hey, morning Izuku. Izuku. I don't have time for you 3 right now. Izumi. Well, it's just Mom and Dad want to talk with us. Izuku. If it'll get you out of my way, I'll talk with them later. Izumi. Oh. Okay, sure. He walks over to the teacher's desk. Izuku. Aizawa, get out from under the desk, we need to talk. The only thing they could hear was a groan. Izuku. We need to talk, it's about something important. Aizawa only groans in response. Izuku. Aizawa, get out from under the desk or I'll burn your sleeping bag. He immediately got out from under the desk and looked at him before he walked out of the room into an empty room. Aizawa. What's the problem? Izuku. You're planning to take the class to the USJ today, aren't you? Aizawa. How did you know? Izuku. A group of 4 thugs were talking about an attack on the USJ, so we have to cancel the trip. Aizawa. We can't. Izuku. What, didn't you hear what I said? There is going to be an attack on the USJ. Aizawa. And what am I supposed to tell them to get it cancelled? It's Izuku. Well, that may be that there's going to be an attack. Aizawa. And when they ask me where I came across this information, should I just tell them I got it from one of my students who happens to be the masked vigilante Batman? Izuku. Well, I guess that wouldn't be a good idea. So what's the plan? Aizawa. First we have to find out what they want. Izuku. What does a group of villains want with a school trip? Aizawa. It depends, they could want to destroy Ua's reputation, destroy people's hope in heroes, they could want to take the class hostage, hold them for ransom. Izuku. Maybe we're thinking about this all wrong. Aizawa. How so? Izuku. Maybe they're not going after the class but the teachers, but which teacher will they be going after? Aizawa. I think I know which one they would be after. Izuku. Really, who? Aizawa. All Might. Izuku. Sigh, but they wouldn't just run up on a hero course trip knowing All Might will be there without something up their sleeves, something that can tip the scales in their favor. Aizawa. Like a weapon. Izuku. Yeah, remember that mutated dog when we were on the ship? Aizawa. What about it? Izuku. Well, the boss said something about working with some villains, he also said they were working on something called a Nomu. Aizawa. So you're thinking this Nomu is some sort of creature strong enough to fight All Might? Izuku. Yeah, and if what we're thinking is true, then we need a solid plan on what to do when we get there. Aizawa. We should go over what we know and formulate a plan from there. Izuku. Yeah, sure, so we know they're going after All Might specifically and they're using a creature called a Nomu to do it. Aizawa. But placing all their hopes of winning on one creature feels foolish, so they will most probably have backup with them. Judging by the fact nobody knows who they are, their backup will most likely be lower level villains, bottom of the barrel, but there will most likely be a lot of them. Izuku. With there being a lot of them, it might be best if Izuku Yagi wasn't there. Aizawa. And what if the Batman was? Izuku. Yeah. Before they could continue with their conversation, the bell for the first lesson started to ring. Aizawa. You should head to class, keep up appearance and get ready for the fight. Izuku just nods before walking out the room and heading to the classroom. As soon as he walks into the classroom, Lita starts reprimanding him for being a couple minutes late. After everybody got in their seats, they waited for only a few minutes until Aizawa walked in the room. He stood at the front of the classroom ready to tell everybody what would be happening that day. Aizawa. Alright, class 1 have reviewed your performance in the battle training, and I have to say that some of your actions were well thought out while some of you had appalling behavior which will never happen again. Am I clear? The class stayed silent, not wanting to anger Aizawa more. Aizawa. For today we won't be doing regular lessons, instead we're going to the USJ for rescue training, so get changed into your hero suits and meet me by the bus near the entrance. After saying this, the class quickly grabbed their case and ran to the changing rooms. They quickly got changed and headed to the bus as fast as they could. When the class arrived at the entrance of UA, they saw Aizawa at the bus waiting for the class to arrive. Aizawa. It took you all long enough to get here, now get on. They all got on the bus as fast as they could. But before Izuku could get on the bus, Aizawa put his arm in front of the doors, stopping him before he could enter the bus. He took him a little bit away from the bus and started to speak to him in a quiet tone of voice. Aizawa. Do you have it? Izuku. Yeah, I've got it in my bag. Aizawa. Try not to raise suspicion to your bag, we don't need anyone else finding out who you really are. Now hurry and get on the bus. Izuku went to the bus. As he got on the bus, he sat straight next to Uraraka. As soon as he sat down, the bus started to move off. While they were traveling to the USJ, the class were talking to each other. Izuku was happily talking to the class until Tsuyu spoke up. Tsuyu. Hey Yagi. Izuku. Izumi. Yeah. After they said this, the Yagi twins look at each other before looking back at Tsuyu. Tsuyu. I was referring to him. Izuku. Izumi. Oh. Izuku. So what did you need, Tsuyu? Tsuyu. I was just wondering why you brought your backpack with you. Uraraka. Actually, I was wondering the same thing. Why did you bring your backpack, Izuku. Well, it's nothing. Kirishima. Oh come on Yagi bro, we're all friend here, you don't have to hide anything with us. Izuku. I swear I'm not hiding anything from yous. Uraraka. I don't know Izu, even I feel like you've been hiding something from me. Izuku. Ochako. Aizawa. We're here, get your things and meet me outside the bus as fast as you can. After this was said, they collected all their things and walked off the bus as fast as they could. When they got off the bus, they got in a big group in front of the doors of the USJ. As the class was waiting by the door, they suddenly opened, revealing Pro Hero 13. As soon as she came up to the group, Uraraka started to freak out. She grabbed Izuku and started shaking him out of excitement. Uraraka. OMG. OMG. Izu, it's 13. Izuku. Please Ocha, stop shaking me. Uraraka. You don't understand, she's my favorite hero. Izuku. I know Ocha, I've been in your room, I've seen your 13 plushie collection. Mina. OMG, you have 13 plushies, that's adorable. Uraraka starts blushing before hitting his arm. Uraraka. You said you weren't going to tell anybody. Izuku. Okay. Okay, I am sorry. 13 walks up to them before speaking. 13. It's okay, I'm always delighted to meet my fans. Uraraka nervously shakes 13's hand before they start walking into the USJ. As the whole group walked into the building, they saw several zones that would help with rescue training. As the class got further into the building, 13 was telling the class about what the USJ provides for hero training. Izuku and Aizawa shared a look like they knew something the rest didn't. This look didn't go unnoticed by Uraraka and Izumi. This went on until Kaminari decided to point something out. Kaminari. Awesome, you hired fake villains. Katsuki. What are you talking about, dunce face? Kaminari. Down there's fake villains. Aizawa looked at Izuku telling him to go. Seeing this, Izuku slips off without being seen by his class or the heroes. Bottom of the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, 3 portals opened, revealing a large amount of villains and thugs running out of them. Some of them were dressed normally while some were dressed like clowns. At the center of the mob of villains there were 2 men, one with severed hand all over his body and another who looked like he was made out of purple mist. As the mist villain came out of the portal, he created several more, which some of the thugs and villains jumped in, sending them across the campus. Back at the top of the stairs. Aizawa. 13, protect the students, I'll handle this. Aizawa jumps from the stairs towards the crowd of villains. As he gets close to them, he throws his scarf at 2 of the villains, pulling them into the air, where he then spins, throwing them into some of the other villains, knocking them to the ground. As soon as he lands on the ground, he runs at the crowd of villains and starts fighting them off. While Aizawa was fighting the villain and thugs, 13 and the class were watching what was happening. Mina. Wow, Mr. Aizawa is really cool. Kirishima. He looks so manly. Before they could do or say anything, the mist villain appeared in front of them as the villain was about to attack until something struck the shiny metal plate, shocking him, knocking the villain back away from the class. As the villain hit the ground unconscious, everybody in the class looked to where the projectile came from. As they looked, they saw Izuku now in his batsuit gliding to where the class was. Mina. Is that who I think it is? Momo. It can't be, why would he be here? Izuku lands next to them, and as he lands he gets a lot of looks from the students of the class. Before he could say anything, 13 points her finger at him, ready to use her black hole quirk on him. However, before she could, Uraraka stands in between him and 13, stopping her from using her quirk on him. 13. What are you doing, Uraraka? Get out of the way so I can deal with this vigilante. Uraraka. 13, stop please, he's not our enemy, he's here to help. Katsuki. Move it, pink cheeks, we have to kill this damn vigilante. Batman. Look, we can fight each other or we can fight the villains actually trying to hurt or kill us, so what's it going to be? 13 waits a moment before she lowers her hand. Izuku walks to the front of the class. Batman. Okay, we need to get backup. Sully, I mean blue-haired guy, I heard you can run fast, right? Lita. My legs have N. Batman. Yes or no? Lita. Yes. Batman. Okay, good, I'm going to need you to run back to UA and get the other teachers, tell them to get here as fast as you can. Lita. But I would be leaving you all to die if I leave now. As they were talking, the mist villain is recovering from what Izuku did to him. Batman. Lita, you're killing us more if you stay, we need you to get the other heroes, trust me. He throws the explosive batarang at the door, blowing the door open. As soon as the door opened, Lita ran out of the building while the mist villain was getting up. 13 used her quirk on him to keep him in place until he teleported the stream from her quirk, causing her to strike her own back, tacking 13 out of the fight and freeing himself. As soon as he was free, he quickly created a portal under all the students' feet, making them fall into a random part of the compound. In a panic he looked back and saw Uraraka falling through the portal. Without thinking he ran to catch her, only for the portal to close before he was able to reach her. As he looks up he only sees some of the class remaining. Looking where the mist villain was, he teleported to the center of the compound. Batman. Are you all okay? Suyu. Yeah, we're fine. Batman. I'm going after the rest of the class. Izumi. Well, take care of 13, you do your thing. Izuku runs off the stairs. While he is in the air he starts gliding round the compound looking for any of the class. While he was gliding over the shipwreck zone he heard screaming. Hearing this he immediately dived down to the ship. As he landed on the ship. As soon as he landed on the ship he found Mineta, Izumi, Uraraka. Him landing on the ship startled all three of them. Mineta, Izumi, Uraraka. Ah. Batman. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Mineta. Are you going to kill us? After he said this Izumi used her quirk to hit him over the head. Izumi. It's Batman, why would he want to kill us? Uraraka. Yeah, he's Batman and everybody knows Batman doesn't kill. Batman. Yeah, it's our one rule. Izumi. What do you mean by our? Batman. That's not important at this moment, we should find a way out here. Uraraka. So, what's the plan? He looks down to the water to see a group of water villains sitting in the water. Uraraka. What are they doing? Why don't they just jump on the boat and attack us? Mineta. They can do that. Batman. Because they don't know your quirks. Izumi. What do you mean by your quirk? Don't you have a quirk of your own? Batman. I don't have one. Mineta. Great, so our lives depend on a quirkless. Izumi. Uraraka. Hey, watch it. After they said this they both looked at each other before giving each other a dirty look. Izuku just sighed before looking at the three of them and then back at the villains. After a few seconds he gets a plan. He looks back to the three only to see Mineta scared in the corner while Uraraka and Izumi were still giving each other death stares. He snaps his fingers getting their attention. Batman. Look, I have a plan, but you need to trust me. Uraraka. I trust you. Izumi. Well, I trust you more. Uraraka. I've met him more. Izumi. Well, I understand him better. Uraraka just burst into laughter. Izumi. What's so funny? Uraraka. I'm sorry, but you do not understand him better than me. Izumi. My brother is quirkless, so I. Uraraka. Oh, you mean the brother that completely hates your guts? Izumi. Hey, we're fixing our relationship. Before this could continue any further Izuku stopped them. Izuku. Now isn't the time for you two to be at each other's thoughts, I have a plan on how to get out of this alive. He proceeds to explain the plan to them. As soon as he was done telling them what his plan was, they were ready to set their plan into motion. Batman. Ready. Mineta, Izumi, Uraraka. Ready. As soon as everybody was ready Izumi used her quirk on the water to create a whirlpool sucking as many villains to a center point while the villains were in the center. Mineta used Hai's quirk to stick as many villains together. As soon as they got as many villains stuck together Izumi released her quirk causing the water to rush upwards. While this was happening Uraraka made everybody except Izuku flout. Izuku grabbed hold of everyone and used his rocket boots to get them as close to the shore as possible. After a few seconds in the air they got close enough that they could stop landing in the water near the shore, forcing them to have a short swim till they made it to land. Mineta. We made it, we're alive. Izumi. That wasn't a bad plan all things considered. Uraraka. I thought it was a pretty good plan. Kinda like something Izu would come up with. Izumi starts to laugh. Uraraka. Now what are you laughing at? Izumi. It's just that you kind of a fangirl for him, aren't you? Uraraka. I'm not a fangirl for Batman. Izumi. Yeah, you are. Before Uraraka could respond they all heard a loud slam. As they all looked they saw a big humanoid creature with a bird-like mouth and an exposed brain leaving a portal. As it existed the portal, the thing ran at Aizawa, grabbing him and slamming him into the ground. Without thinking Izuku ran at the creature, throwing batarangs at it to no avail as the batarang went into its flesh only to be ripped out and for it to heal nearly instantly. The creature swung its arm, hitting Izuku back before he could move, and he heard someone yell at the creature as he saw a man wearing all black with severed hands covering his whole body. Nomu, kill that Batman wannabe. As soon as that was said the creature turned to him like it was listening to the villain's commands. Batman. So that thing is the Nomu. The Nomu ran at him swinging his arms at Izuku. Izuku was barely able to dodge its attacks. After one big swing he rocketed over its head. While he was doing this he uses a steel wire and wrapped it around the head of the Nomu. When he landed on the ground behind the Nomu he pulled on the wire choking the Nomu. While he was doing this he looked over to Uraraka, Izumi, Mineta grabbing Aizawa off the ground and taking him to the top of the stairs where the rest of the class had now reconvened from being separated by the portals. Before he could do anything the Nomu grabbed the wire and pulled him over his shoulder slamming him into the ground. Before he could get up the Nomu grabs his head and starts to crush his head until the doors of the USJ burst open revealing All Might standing there. Batman. It took you long enough. All Might have rushed down the stairs and across the compound hitting the Nomu back. As the Nomu was hit back it dropped Izuku on the ground. While on the ground Izuku looked up. Seeing All Might towering over him before he could do anything, All Might put his hand out helping Izuku up. When he got on his feet the Nomu ran at them only for All Might to throw a punch at it clashing with the Nomu's fist. As their fists collide All Might and the Nomu were locked in a struggle while Izuku ran up All Might's throws a batarang at it binding it. All Might. Nice shot. Batman. Thanks, I guess. All Might. Let's take this vile villain down. Batman. Yee. Down. Before All Might could react he is hit across the room. Izuku rolls out of the way of its fist. As he stops he throws a flash bang in its eyes blinding the Nomu. As soon as the Nomu was blinded it started swinging wildly in the hope of hitting something. Izuku jumps back. As he is in the air he throws an ice grenade keeping it in place for All Might to attack it. While All Might was attacking the Nomu he was assessing the Nomu for weaknesses. Batman. What can beat this thing? There has to be a weakness, something big, something obvious, something you have to be a complete idiot not to see, damn it. After seeing the exposed brain of the Nomu gave him a plan of attack on how to defeat it. Batman. All Might hold the Nomu as still as you can. I have an idea. All Might just nod before grabbing Nomu's arms and holding it as still as he possibly could. While All Might was holding the Nomu Izuku grabbed all the explosive batarang he had and threw them into the brain of the Nomu blowing it up stopping the Nomu permanently. Batman. Now that that's done I should go. All Might. Wait, you don't have to go. If you stay we could see about getting you in Ua. You could be a real hero. Izuku just looks back at All Might before turning and walking up the stairs. As soon as he gets to the top the doors to the USJ fly open showing every hero in Ua standing in front of the door. Before they could do anything Izuku throw a smoke pellet in front of them blocking the heroes from seeing Izuku running to where he stashed his hero suit. As the smoke cleared Izuku was back in his Ua hero suit standing in the crowd. His reappearing didn't go unnoticed by Uraraka and Izumi. After being questioned everybody was sent home and issued a week off school to recover. Back at Ua after the USJ, Aizawa walked down the halls towards Nezu's office. As soon as he reached the door to Nezu's office he knocked and walked in to see Nezu sitting at his desk doing paperwork until he looked up and saw Aizawa standing there. Nezu. What can I do for you? Aizawa. Aizawa. You wanted to talk about 2 new projects with me. Nezu. Indeed, the first project I would like to discuss with you is a dormitory system. With what happened at the USJ I don't want the parents of our students to feel like their children are unsafe in our school. The construction of the building will take a week to construct. Aizawa. That seems fair. We will need permission from their parents to move them in, so that's one of your projects. What's the other? Nezu. This one I very special as should also help with keeping our students safe as well as our city. Here, take a look. Aizawa takes the blueprint from Nezu as he unrolled it on the desk. Nezu. I drew it up when he first appeared. Aizawa. So why didn't you show this off sooner? Nezu. I had to make sure we could trust him fully before I showed or make this. Aizawa. Smart, so you trust him now. Nezu. For the most part. Aizawa. Well then let's get to work. It's been 2 days since the USJ incident. Since that day Izuku has been trying to find the villain and thugs that had gotten away. Currently he was driving over the city. Batman. Do you have any ideas how to find that hand guy? Bruce calm. I've looked over the USJ security footage but there isn't much to go on. Batman. Really nothing. Bruce calm. The villain with the hands is the hardest to pin down. Batman. Why? Bruce calm. There's nothing to pin down his identity since his face was covered and he never used his quirk. We don't have anything to go off. Batman. What about the hands? Could that be his quirk? Bruce calm. Nice idea, but I looked into the quirk database and I couldn't find any quirk that gives its user hands all over his body. Batman. So we've hit a dead end. Bruce calm. It would seem so. Be on the lookout. We don't know where these people will show up again. Before Izuku could respond, he sees someone being robbed below him. Batman. Gotta go. Trouble. I'll be back in contact when I deal with this. Bruce calm. I'll keep looking, see if I can dig anything up that might help us find them. With that said, Izuku jumps out of the Batmobile and dove down to the two thugs. As he gets close to them, he kicks one of the thugs, making him fly into a wall, knocking him out before landing on ground. As he gets a better look, he sees that they were some of the clown thugs that attacked the USJ. Before he could say anything, the thug takes a swing at him with a crowbar, only for Izuku to catch it and flip the thug over his shoulder. As soon as he lands on the ground, Izuku puts his foot on his chest, pinning him down. He then looked at the victim. Batman. You should go home. Civilian. Why, yeah, thank you. They run off, leaving Izuku alone with the thug who was trying to get up. Batman. You attacked the USJY. Thug. You can't do this to us. We're the Jokers. Izuku grabs him and shoves him against the wall. Batman. I don't care who you are. You attacked the USJ and I want to know why. Thug. I ain't telling you anything. Hearing this, Izuku grabs him and grapples to the top of the building. When they made it to the top of the building, he dropped him before grabbing his leg and dangling him off the league. The thug starts to panic but tries not to show it. Thug. Gee, this doesn't scare me. We all Batman doesn't kill. Batman. I never said I was going to kill you. From this height it would most likely break a couple bones, maybe a concussion. The thug then looked down at the ground before looking back at Izuku. The panic on his face gave Izuku all he needed to know he was ready to talk. Batman. Why did you attack the USJ? Thug. The boss told us to. Batman. The guy with all the hands, who was he? I want a name. Thug. Him what? No, he's not our boss. We were just working with him for the attack, but that's all I am telling you. Izuku pretends to almost drop him to scare him into continuing to talk. Thug. Okay, we didn't care about his plan, we just wanted to cause some chaos. Batman. What about the other guy? Thug. I don't know his name or anything like that. All I know is he has it out for All Might. That's why he did the attack. Batman. And what about you, boss? Who's he? Thug. No way, you won't kill me. Him hell, torture me for years for fun, then kill me. After this the thug stayed silent. Nothing Izuku could do would scare him to talk, so he tied both the thugs up before leaving them in the alley for the police. After this he proceeded to do his patrol of the city before he headed back to the Batcave. He drove back to the Batcave. When he got back he found Bruce at the computer. As he walked up to him he took his mask off. Izuku. Find anything on the villain? Bruce. Nothing. You? Izuku. I found two of the thugs at the USJ. They didn't know anything that could help us apart from there is another big bad. Didn't get a name, but they were terrified of whoever they are. Bruce. Most gangs have a name. Did you find out what their name is? Izuku. Yeah, actually they called themselves the Jokers. As soon as Bruce hears this, a look of pure anger and disgust came across his face. Izuku. Bruce, are you okay? Bruce. I am fine. Izuku, you should go home. There's nothing else you can do tonight. Izuku. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. After Izuku leaves, Bruce walks over to the suit, specifically the Robin suit. As he looked at the suit his anger grew even more before his phone went off. When he looked at his phone he released a sigh of frustration before pressing the answer button. Ah, Bruce, I'm so happy you answered my call. Bruce. Let's cut the crap. I am not in the mood and I told you before I'm not going to sell. I'm afraid it's not your choice anymore. The board is having a meeting tomorrow where they decide if they want to sell or not. Bruce. I promise this won't go how you think. We'll see. Have a nice night. After saying this he hangs up, leaving Bruce to walk out of the cave and back to his penthouse. The next day, Izuku, Ace and Bruce were in the car on their way to the meeting. Izuku. So while you at the meeting, what do you want me to do? Bruce. Stay in the waiting room, keep an eye out for anything off. Izuku. Got it. After a few minutes they arrive at the meeting while Izuku stays outside in the waiting room and Bruce goes into the meeting. He entered the meeting and he took his seat as the meeting began. Now that everybody is here, let's get to it. I have genuinely othered to buy Wayne Enterprises, but your boss would rather see his company to barely make a profit to keep his dignity instead of selling to me. Bruce. Like I told you before, Powers, I'm not selling. Wayne Enterprise has been rising steadily for the last 15 years. You only want Wayne Enterprise because you heard of our project to restore the slums into new cheap livable housing for the less financially able. Powers. Guilty as charged. I do want to buy Wayne Enterprise for your housing project. It just sounds so nice. Bruce. Let's cut the crap. Bruce get up from his seat and walks in front of everybody. Powers. I don't know what you're implying, Mr. Wayne. Bruce. I am referring to the plan of the current leadership of Power Incorporated to buy Wayne Enterprise and use the housing project as a way to bulldoze the slums and replace it with another soulless factory distract which will only pollute the earth more. Everybody looks at Powers waiting for him to say anything that could sway them into his favor. Instead he gets up and says the meeting is over before walking out. As soon as Powers walked out the meeting, Izuku saw he walked up to someone before walking down the corridor. Before he could follow Powers, the doors to the meeting room opened as Bruce walked up to him. Izuku. So how did it go? Bruce. I stopped him from buying the company, but something tells me he has something planned. After saying this they walk back to the car. As they get in, Izuku turned to Bruce before speaking. Izuku. Back to the penthouse. Bruce. No, we're going to the slums. Izuku. Why? Bruce. I have something to do down there. Izuku just nods before they drive off. After a while they made it to the abandoned part of the slums and stopped in front of the old police station. Izuku. So why did you want to come here of all places? Bruce. To remember an old friend. Before Izuku could respond, Ace started barking in the car, getting both of their attention. Izuku. Something's bugging Ace. I should probably take him for a walk while you do what you need to do here. After saying this he walks to the car to collect Ace, leaving Brew to go into the abandoned police station. As he walks down the old and decrepit halls of the police station he stops in front of an office, the nameplate saying Gordon. Before he could open the door a sudden vibration was felt through the building. The longer it went on the stronger the vibrations became until the building began to shake. With Izuku outside, Izuku walked up to the car. As soon as he opened the door Ace immediately started to growl in the direction of the police station. Izuku. What's up, buddy? Ace just kept growling at the building, trying to tell him something. Izuku looked to where he was growling, seeing the building Bruce went into. Izuku. Trouble. Back with Bruce. The vibrations started to crack the ceiling, causing the light to drop before it could hit Bruce. He jumped over a nearby desk near a pillar. The vibrations continued to break the building more and more until the pillar crumbled and began to fall towards him before it could fall on him. Izuku, now in the batsuit, grabbed him and jumped out of the way of the falling rocks. Batman. You good? Bruce. Fine. Batman. What's going on, an earthquake or something? Bruce. Not like any I've been in. They both start making their way out of the building until a man in a bone-white metal suit stood at the doorway, stopping them from leaving. Izuku. Why don't you relax, make it a little vacation, plus look on the bright side, free jelly. He walks up to the bed while Bruce gives him an unamused look. Izuku. And while you do that I'll find out who the guy in the suit was. Bruce. So you think you're a detective now? Izuku. I've been watching you long enough. Besides, I got a lead. Her reaches into his jacket and pulled out the dial he broke off Shrek's suit. Bruce. Get back to the cave as soon as you can and find out who made it. Izuku. On it. After a few minutes he left to the cave to look into the dial. With Shriek. Batman. Who's this guy? Bruce. Sorry, not one of mine. The name's Shriek and this is your only chance. Leave Wayne and I'll let you live. Batman. Sorry, that's not how this works. Shriek. Too bad. He fires a sound wave at them, acting quick. Izuku throws Bruce away from them before getting hit by the sound wave, making him hit the wall. As he gets up and gets his bearings he sees Shriek about to strike Bruce. Izuku grabs a batarang and throws it into the dial on Shrek's arm, causing it to malfunction and start sparking. Shriek quickly detached it from his suit. Izuku kicked him in the back, knocking him away from Bruce. In a last-ditch effort, Shriek let out a large sound blast, making the building collapse. Batman. Okay, time to go. Izuku grabbed Bruce and ran to the nearest window, jumping out of it while Shriek ran out of the building. As soon as they got out of the building, it completely collapsed into rubble. Izuku watched on as it fully collapsed. Batman. So much for restoration. Izuku tries to help Bruce up before noticing he was unconscious. After a few minutes in the nearest hospital, Izuku was back in his civilian clothes, waiting outside of Bruce's room, waiting to be let in. As he was waiting, he could hear Bruce yelling at the nurse. Nurse. Now, Mr. Wayne, you know you have to take. Bruce. I said get out. The door to the room flew open as the nurse ran out of the room. Nurse. You can go in now, if you want to. After the nurse runs off, Izuku walks in to see Bruce sitting in the hospital bed in a hospital gown and a bandage across his head. Bruce. Can you believe them? They want to keep me overnight. Shriek was at his workshop trying to repair his suit until his phone went off. As he looked at the caller, he sighed before answering the call. Shriek. How can I help you, Mr. Powers? Powers. What happened? Shriek. Batman showed up. Powers. And, Shriek. He interfered with the hit. Powers. And you didn't plan for this. Shriek. How was I supposed to know Batman would be there? Powers. Batman's everywhere these days. Shriek. At least I knocked down one of those buildings down for you. Powers. Good for you. It's the land I want. And as long as Wayne is still breathing, that goal becomes more difficult. Shriek. Don't worry, Wayne won't be bothering anyone for a long time. Powers. What is that supposed to mean? Shriek. Wait and see, Mr. Powers. Powers. Fine, just don't screw it up again. Shriek hangs the phone up. Back with Bruce. While Bruce was in bed trying to get some sleep, he kept tossing and turning until he quickly sat up, breathing heavily. As soon as he sat up, he heard a voice calling his name. He pulls the curtains back to see nobody there. Voice. Bruce, Bruce. Bruce. Who's there? Where are you? Voice. There is something you must do. Go to the window. Bruce. Go away. I don't want to hear you. Voice. It's for your own good. Now go to the window. Bruce. What for? Voice. Just do it. Bruce proceeds to get out of the bed and stumble to the window. As he made it to the window. Voice. Open it. He was about to open it before stopping. Voice. Open it. He grabs the window and opens it. As he does this, he looks down. Before he could do anything, the voice came back. Voice. You know what you have to do. He steps away from the window before turning to the empty room and in an aggressive tone starts to question the voice. Bruce. Who are you? Why are you saying these things to me? Voice. I'm trying to help you. You just need to trust me. Bruce. Why? Voice. Because I'm you. Bruce. No, you can't be. Voice. Who else can I be? Now do it. The voice started to repeat it louder and louder until Bruce started screaming in pain, causing the nurse and an orderly to run in. Nurse. Mr. Wayne, what's wrong? Bruce. Voices, listen. Nurse. Voices. Maybe we should get you to bed. The orderly tries to pick him up, only for Bruce to grab his arm and judo throws him before he could do anything. Two other orderlies came in and rescued him for the nurse to inject him with something to put him to sleep. As soon as he passed out, they dragged him out of the room. With Izuku at the Batcave. Izuku was currently scanning the dial, trying to figure out how it works and what it's made of while the computer was breaking it down. Izuku was petting Ace while thinking out loud. Izuku. So we know it's a sound generator, but apart from that we know nothing about this thing. As the computer finishes scanning the dial, it prints a sheet of paper of what it's made of. Izuku. Copper, iron and acoustic. Izuku goes back to the computer and looks up what acoustic is. Izuku. A new alloy that amplifies sound vibrations developed by Shreve Sound Laboratory. Izuku smiles to himself. Izuku. And he thought I couldn't do this on my own. He then ran out of the cave to Shreve Laboratory. After about an hour, Izuku makes it to the laboratory in a business suit and knocks on the door, waiting for Shreve to open the door. Shreve. Can I help you? Izuku. I'm from the Health Inspection Agency. We got a report that the work you're conducting could pose a risk to people's health and safety. Izuku quickly flashed a badge fast another to see but too quick to get to much detail. Shrieve. And what if I refuse to let you in? Izuku. Then it will go down as a fail and this site will be marked as unsafe and we will have to shut you down and claim your work. Shrieve. You look a little too young to be a health inspector. Izuku. My quirk makes me look younger than I am. Are we going to get this inspection underway or should I mark this place a health risk now? Shrieve groans as he steps aside and lets him in. Izuku. I can't believe that worked. After a couple minutes of talking, Izuku sees something on his desk that caught his eye, a small microchip. As he picks it up he questions Shrieve on what the small device is. Shrieve. It's a microfilm and transmitter receiver, it picks up radio signals. Izuku looks across the desk till his sights land on a copper disc similar to the one on Shrek's suit. As he pushes it all the sound in the room stopped, leaving everything in a deafening silence before Shrieve pressed it again. Izuku. What the hell was that? Shrieve. Sound masking. The device picks up any sound and instantly plays it back slightly out of phase so the sound cancel each other out, which creates the effect of being completely silent. Izuku. Impressive. Before anything else could happen Shrieve's phone went off. As he looked at it he immediately excused himself into another room. While he did that Izuku decided to listen in on their conversation. Shrieve. Yes, I understand, consider it done Mr. Powers. Wayne won't be a problem after tonight. Izuku. Powers. Izuku backed away from the door as Shrieve hung up and began to make his way back to the room. Shrieve. Sorry for that little interruption, shall we continue? Izuku. No need, I see that this place is a fine and safe establishment, I won't waste any more of your time. Before Shrieve could answer Izuku was already out the door and making his way back to the hospital. As soon as he got into the hospital he ran to Bruce's room only to find him gone. As he walked into the room a nurse walked up to him. Izuku. What happened, is he alright? Nurse. He's in the psych ward. He started hearing voices. Izuku. Voices. As they were talking a slimy voice came from the doorway. Powers. Age can do tragic things to a person. But don't you worry, he'll be under the best care. Mine. I mean, who else can take care of his affairs? He has no wife, no children. Izuku. Me, I could do it. Powers. Awfully young to be running a business and school. You'll ever have to give up the business or your future career is, what was it again, a year a hero, right? Izuku. Better giving up my future as a hero than letting a good company get taken over by scum like you. Powers. Careful, the courts are very strict about slander. Izuku. Yeah, let's see how they handle assault. Izuku proceeds to grab Powers by the collar before Powers' security restrain him. Powers. You really should know something about the psych ward here. There's always room for one more. After saying this Powers and his security left Izuku in the room. With Bruce an hour later. Bruce was trying to eat his food until the voice came back. Voice. Don't eat the food, as poisoned, they're trying to kill you. Bruce. Shut up. Voice. Don't eat. Don't eat. Bruce starts shaking with anger. Bruce. Quiet. After yelling he hears a knock on the window to see Izuku ripping the bars off the window before climbing into the room. Bruce. I've been hearing voices. Batman. I've heard, we'll talk about it when we get back to the cave. Bruce. We're not going anywhere. Not until I find out where the voices are coming from. Batman. But the orderlies could come in any moment. Bruce. Check the light, there might be a speaker hidden in it. Batman. I can't. Bruce. Check it. Izuku proceeds to grab the light and rip it off the ceiling to find nothing. Batman. See nothing. Bruce. Then the sound has to be coming from the walls, strip them. Batman. I can't. Wait, hold still. Izuku grabs the bandage on his head and rips it off, revealing a two-way radio. Batman. Such a big bandage for such a small wound. It's a two-way radio. A guy named Shrieve makes them. He's the guy in the suit at the old police station and you'll never guess who he's working for. Bruce. Powers. So he bribed the nurse to put it in my bandage. Batman. Yep. Bruce. Still think I'm crazy. Batman. Never crossed my mind. They both leave the hospital and make their way to the Batmobile. As soon as it opened, Ace jumped out to greet Bruce. As Bruce was petting Ace, Izuku asked. Batman. How are we going to find Shriek? Bruce. You tell me. Batman. Well, I could try track the radio signal to where it originated from. Bruce. Well, get going. Izuku gets in the Batmobile with Bruce and Ace and starts pinpointing where the radio signal came. They found out that it was coming from a factory near the hospital. After finding this out, Izuku heads into the factory to find Shriek. When he got in, he found a lot of car parts and machinery to make the cars. Batman. Shriek is in here somewhere. Shriek. Not somewhere, right behind you. As Izuku looks behind him, he sees Shriek climbing out of his hiding place. Batman. We don't have to do this, Shriek, you can stop now. Shriek. But I do, and like I told you before, my name is Shriek. As Shriek was about to fire a sound blast at him, Izuku dropped a smoke pellet trying to obscure Shrek's vision. As the sound blast blew through the smoke, Izuku jumped out of the way of the attack before it was able to hit him and managed to get out of his line of sight. Izuku starts to hide behind the machinery. While Izuku is doing this, Shriek turns up the volume on his suit to high. He could hear Izuku breathing. As soon as he found where Izuku was hiding, he let out a large sound blast towards him. In the last second, Izuku dove out of the way and started running from the constant blast Shriek was firing at him. Batman. How did he find me? I didn't make a sound apart from my breathing. If he can hear something that quiet, then how about I turn up the noise? Izuku ran up to the control panel of the factory and turned everything on, making as much noise as possible. Shriek. This won't help you. Shriek turns the volume off while singling out the sound of Izuku's footsteps and nothing else. The only thing anyone could hear was the sound of Izuku's footsteps as he tries to maneuver the moving machinery, trying to avoid getting hit by the machines. As soon as he got in the clear, Shriek fired a blast towards him, only for Izuku to use his rockets to jump over the blast as the sound blasted the wall behind him into rubble. Batman. Got to get more room to move. Izuku ran out of the hole in the wall till he was outside. Shriek followed him out, still trying to hit him. Izuku does his best to try and avoid all the blasts until one manages to hit him, knocking him to the ground as Shriek walks up to him. Shriek. Any last words, Freak? Shriek says this while charging up a powerful blast. Thinking quickly, Izuku grabs an electric batarang and quickly throws it into the arm of Shrek's suit, causing all the sound around him to be boosted tenfold, causing Shriek to collapse on the ground, holding his ears in pain until he takes his hands away from his ears and starts panicking. Izuku walked up to him and removed his helmet and ordered him to get up. Batman. Get up, Shriek. When Shriek looks at Izuku, he can see his lips moving but nothing could be heard. Shriek. No, 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 no. Izuku grabs Shriek and hangs him on one of the machinery for the police and pros to deal with. The next day at Wayne Enterprise, Bruce and Powers were at another meeting that the board called. As they sat there, a man stood up and went to the front of everybody. Board man. We called this meeting to discuss the future of this company. Powers. Then may I ask, why am I here? Board man. You are here because we have a proposal for you. Since the health of our current CEO has been put into question the last 24 hours, we would like to propose a merger combining Wayne Enterprise and Powers Industrial to make Wayne Powers. Bruce. I don't see why this is necessary. Board man. I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, but you spent nearly 24 hours in the hospital's psych ward. The board has come to the decision that you may not be fit to lead Wayne Enterprise, at least not on your own. The decision has already been made. I am sorry, but this is happening with or without you. Well, if Mr. Powers agrees. Powers has a shit-eating grin before replying. Powers. How could I refuse the other like that? I agree. Board man. And you, Mr. Wayne? Bruce. I'll agree on the condition that all current Wayne Enterprise projects remain as they are without interference until completion. Board man. These conditions seem reasonable. Now, with that said, let's call it a day. I hope Wayne Powers has a profitable future. After saying this, all made their way out while Bruce and Powers were staring daggers at each other as they went their separate ways. Bruce meeting up with Izuku at the lobby. Izuku. How did it go? Bruce just groans in response. Izuku. That well. There was a moment of silence between them as they were walking out until Izuku spoke up. Izuku. Hey Bruce, why were you sure those voices weren't coming from you? Bruce. Well, one, I know I'm not psychotic. Izuku. I hope your other reasons are more convincing. Bruce. The voice said it was me, but it kept saying you instead of we or us. But the big thing that gave it away was the voice kept calling me Bruce. In my mind, that's not what I call myself. Izuku. What do you call yourself? Bruce gives him a smirk. Izuku. Of course you do, but that's my name now. Bruce starts to walk further ahead. Bruce. Tell that to my subconscious. They both get in the car and drive back to the penthouse. Izuku is currently sitting on his couch watching telly with Ace until there was a repetitive knock at his door that caused him and Ace to look at the door before looking at each other. Izuku got up from the couch and headed towards the door. As he opened the door, he saw two people that he wasn't expecting to see at his front door in the middle of the afternoon. As he stood there looking at Aizawa, Toshi. Izuku. Hi, what are you two doing here? Aizawa. We need to talk about some changes that will be happening when you get back to school. Izuku. Oh, come in then. They both enter the penthouse and walk to the living room and sat on the opposite couch to Izuku. Izuku. So what do you need to tell me? Aizawa. We're requiring that every student move into UA's new dorms for their protection. Izuku. So is that everything you needed to tell me, or is there something else? Toshi. Actually, there is. After everybody has moved into the dorms, the sports festival will take place the week after. Izuku. Is that it? Aizawa. Yeah, pretty much. Since we don't have anything else to talk about, we will make our leave. After saying this, Aizawa gets up from the couch and heads to the door. However, Toshi stayed on the couch. Izuku. Is there a reason you're still here? Toshi. I just need to clear some things up. Izuku just sighs before slouching barely. Aizawa. We should go, no need to waste his time more than we have. Toshi. No, I need to talk to him. Before Aizawa could speak, Izuku interrupted him. Izuku. It's fine, Aizawa, if it gets him to leave. Aizawa just shrugs before walking out of the penthouse. As soon as he does, Izuku gives a serious look. Izuku. What do you want? Toshi. I want to apologize for how me and your mom treated you for the past few years, and I want to help you. Izuku. How could you help me? Toshi. I could train you like I'm doing with Izumi. While Toshi was talking, Izuku just gets more and more irritated. Toshi. Just think of it, you and Izumi, a brother and sister hero duo, you both would be unstoppable. No villain would be able to stop both of you. In an aggressive tone, Izuku interrupts him. Izuku. Stop, just stop. I don't need or want your help. I am doing just fine on my own, and no way in hell will I ever be a hero duo with Izumi. Hearing this made Toshi hang his head. Izuku. Now that you have wasted my time enough, get out of my home. Toshi slowly gets off the couch and heads to the door. Before he opens the door, he looks back to Izuku. Toshi. Izuku, I know we failed you, we just want a chance to make things better. Izuku didn't bother to respond. Toshi. If you ever want to give us a chance, you can join us for dinner sometime. You are always welcome, and I know your mom and sister would love to have you there. With that said, he leaves Izuku's home. 4 days later. Izuku is currently making his way down to his car, ready to move into the dorms. As he and Ace get in the car, his phone goes off, catching his attention. When he looks at the caller, he smiles before using the car to answer his phone as he drives to the dorms. Izuku. Hey Ocha, something wrong? Uraraka. Nah, I just want to know where you're at. The class is already in front of the building. Aizawa isn't letting anyone in until everyone is here. We're just waiting on you. Izuku. Sorry, I just had a long night, ended up sleeping in, but I'll be there in a couple minutes. Uraraka. Sai, you're really going to have to start taking better care of yourself. Izuku. I know, I'll be there soon. Uraraka. Okay, drive safe and I'll see you in a bit. Uraraka hangs up. After a while, Izuku pulls up to the dorm building. As he gets out of the car, the class walks up to him. Kirishima. Wow, Yagi bro, nice car. Izuku. Thanks. Jiro. It looks expensive. Yaoyorozu. That's because it is. Katsuki. Deku, you damn nerd, where did you get that car? Izuku. That's none of your business. Katsuki. What did you say to me, you little? Before he could say anything, Aizawa's scarf wrapped around his mouth, stopping him from talking. Aizawa. Stop talking or you will have detention for a week. After saying this, he unwrapped his scarf. Izuku opens the door to the car, letting Ace jump out of the car. As soon as Ace got out of the car, Uraraka walked over to them and got down to Ace's level only for him to jump on her and lick her cheek before baking up and sitting in front of her. She then starts petting him. Uraraka. It's good to see you too, Ace, but why are you here? Izuku. Well, I couldn't leave him in the penthouse all alone, now could I? Uraraka. I guess not, Izuku. Plus I don't think he would have spoke to me if I didn't bring him with me. Uraraka. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad he's here, but is he allowed to be here? Izuku. He don't worry. While they were talking, Mina and Hagakure were walking up to them. Mina and Hagakure. Ah, puppy. They were about to pet him only for Ace to get into a fighting stance and starts growling at them. Izuku. Down, boy. After hearing this, Ace stops growling and sits back down. Izuku. It's okay, if you want you can pet him. Hearing this, both of them quickly go up to Ace and starts petting him. Mina. Who's a good boy, who's a good boy? Hagakure. Yes you are, yes you are. After a minute Aizawa chimes in. Aizawa. If you're done you can go and start set up your dorm rooms, classes start back up on Monday. Aizawa walks off, leaving them to their own devices. Everybody makes their way into the dorm building. When they got in there, Uraraka grabs Izuku's arm before looking at him. Uraraka. Izu were living in a mansion. Izuku just smiled at her before speaking. Izuku. Well, technically it's not a mansion, but it's still pretty big. After saying this, everybody goes to their own individual rooms to start decorating them. This went on until nightfall. Most of the class met back up in the common room. The girls were talking in the kitchen while the boys were talking in the living room. This went on until the girls walked into the living room and over to the boys. Mina. Hey, let's do some class bonding. Izuku. What you got in mind, Mina? Mina. We were going to do a dorm competition, but some of us haven't finished decorating, so we thought we might have a movie night. Izuku. Really, so what are we watching, Uraraka? Well, we grabbed some of our favorite films, we're thinking of putting it to a vote. Izumi. Well, we have 3, one of them are mine while 2 are from Uraraka. Kaminari. What films we got to watch, Mina? Well, we have 13 nanoseconds, Laws of Space, The Man Behind the Might. Most of the class voted for that one, Uraraka. We didn't get to say the last one. Lida. I apologize for our interruption, please continue. Uraraka. Well, the last one is something that come out a few days ago. Izuku. What is it? Uraraka. Well, it's The Legacy of the Dark Knight. Kirishima. Isn't that the new Batman documentary? Uraraka smiles brightly before responding. Uraraka. Yeah, it shows Batman from the past and present. Yaoyorozu. That one sounds interesting, especially with us meeting him at the USJ. It could give us more information on him, or at least the original. Lida. I agree, this film should be most interesting. After discussion for about a minute, they all agree to watch the Batman film first before the All Might film. As everybody were getting ready to watch the film, something caught Mina's eye. She walks to the window. Mina. Hey guys, you have got to see you. Izuku. What's up, Mina? Mina. Just look. The class gets up from their seats and go up to the window to see the bat signal in the sky. Kaminari. What's that for, Jiro? You idiot, have you ever heard of the bat signal? Kaminari. Well, yeah, it's just that. What does it do? Yaoyorozu. Apparently back in the day the police and heroes used one like it to get Batman's attention for help or to tell him about crimes. Kaminari. Oh, so the heroes are asking for Batman's help. Lida. I don't know how I feel about the heroes trusting a vigilante even if he did save us. Izuku. We should get back to watching the film. Everybody agrees and goes back to their seats ready to watch the film. After a minute or two, Izuku fakes a yawn. Uraraka looks at him before speaking. Uraraka. You tired, Izuku. Yeah, I might turn in for the night, get some sleep for school tomorrow. Uraraka looks a little sad. Uraraka. Okay, you should get some sleep, I'll see you in the morning. Izuku goes to his dorm room to change into his suit. As Izuku leaves the room, Uraraka sadly continues to watch the film. Seeing this, Sue goes to the seat next to her and whispers in her ear. Sue. Are you okay, Ochako? Uraraka. Yeah, I'm fine, it's just I worried about him, I feel like he's pushing himself too hard. Sue. How so, Uraraka? He just looks so tired every time I see him. Sue. Well, he is quirkless, so he has to do twice the work to keep up with the rest of us. Uraraka. I know, Sue. Why don't you ask him to do something tomorrow, or why don't you ask if you can train with him since the sports festival is coming up? Uraraka. Yeah, that's actually a good idea, I'll ask him tomorrow. With Izuku in the batsuit heading to the bat signal. As he reaches the signal he finds Aizawa and Nezu standing next to it. Batman. You know I do have a phone number, Aizawa. This will get your attention more. Nezu. Well, I believe we haven't been introduced. I am Principal Nezu. Batman. Nice to meet you, Nezu. The pleasure is all mine. It's an honor to meet the successor of the Batman. Batman. So is there a reason why you turned the signal on, or were you just testing it out? Aizawa. There is, Nezu. We have been noticing some of our students been acting strange. Batman. How so? Nezu. During some of our sports trials we have noticed some of our students showing extreme physical strength. Batman. Are you sure they aren't using their quirks? Aizawa. We're sure. Take this for example. He hands Izuku a file on a couple students. As he reads them Aizawa continues to talk. Aizawa. Take this student Haruto. His quirk has the ability to change his eye color at will, but he managed to have enough strength kick a ball through the net and dented the tree behind it. Batman. I'll see what I can do. After saying this Izuku jumps off the building and starts gliding to the city while calling Bruce. Bruce Comlink. It's late, shouldn't you be getting ready for school tomorrow? Batman. Aizawa handed me a case file to look into. Bruce Comlink. What have we got? Batman. Some students have been showing enhanced strength which aren't their quirks. Bruce Comlink. Follow one of them, find out how they're getting this strength. Batman. And if it's illegal, stop them. Bruce. Right. Batman. It'll be easier to start looking into them tomorrow. Bruce Comlink. Contact me if you need me. Batman. Copy that. He hangs up on Bruce before going on patrol. He goes through the city stopping any crime he could find before heading back to his dorm to sleep. After 3 hours there was a knock on his door waking him from his sleep. Groggy, he gets out of bed only wearing pajamas bottoms. As he opens the door Uraraka was standing there. She was about to speak before noticing he wasn't wearing a shirt. She immediately started blushing while staring at him. Izuku. Oh morning Ocha. Uraraka. Izuku. Ocha? Ochako? He stars waving his hands in front of her face trying to snap her out of her trance. Uraraka. Huh? Izuku. You okay? Uraraka. Yeah I'm good. Why you should get ready yuk no for school. Izuku. Yeah, I'll meet you in the common room. Uraraka just nods while he closes the door. As soon as it closed she started walking down to the common room in a daze. When she made it to the common room still in a daze, Mina walked up to her trying to talk to her to no avail until she poked her, snapping her out of her daze and making her jump. Mina. Wow Ochako, you alright? Uraraka. Yeah. Yep, all good, nothing wrong. Why would anything be wrong? I'm fine, you're fine, we're all fine. Mina gives her a confused look before the door to the boys' side opens as Izuku walks into the room. Seeing this, Mina smirked at her. Uraraka. Mina, it's not what you think. Mina. Girl, you've been holding out on us. We're definitely talking about this at dinner. Uraraka just gives a defeated look before the class walks to their first lesson. After their lessons it was dinner. Izuku was walking to the door to the classroom before being stopped by Aizawa to ask about Hai's progress on the case while the class left for dinner. Uraraka was sitting at a table eating her dinner until the rest of the girls walked up to her. Sue. Hey Ochako, mind if we sit here? Kiro asterisk. Uraraka. Yeah, I don't mind. The girls sit at the table. As soon as Mina sat on her set she started interrogating Uraraka. Mina. So Ochako, spill what's going on with you and Izuku. Uraraka immediately starts blushing thinking back to seeing Izuku shirtless. Uraraka. And nothing is happening with Emmi and Izu. Jiro. Tell that to the blush across your face, Mina. Come on, we're all friends here. Uraraka. Well, this morning I went to wake Izu up and Toru. And what? Uraraka. When he opened the door he didn't have a shirt on. Mina and Toru. Ooh. Uraraka tries to hide her face from embarrassment. Mina. How did they look? Did you like them? She asked, teasing her. Yaoyorozu. I don't think this is an appropriate conversation. Toru. Come on Momo, we're just having some fun. Before the conversation could go any further, Izumi quickly interrupts them while Katsumi was stewing in her anger. Izumi. Can we please change the subject? I'd rather not talk about my brother's abs all dinner. Mina. Okay, then let's talk about you and Katsuki, shall we? Izumi starts to blush before waving her arms in front of her face frantically. Uraraka. Why does my heart want to jump out of my chest when I think about him? After dinner they returned to their classroom until the bell rang telling them school was over for the day. As Izuku was packing his things away, Uraraka walked up to him. Uraraka. Hey Izu, can I ask you something? Izuku. Of course you can. Uraraka. Well, I want to know if you want to train together for the sports festival. Izuku. That sounds good, I'll see you around 6 to start training. Uraraka. Sounds good. Well, I'll see you then. As jogs out the room to get ready for training. After about 30 minutes Uraraka was in the common room waiting for Izuku to come down and start training. The door to the boys' side opened as Izuku walked out. Izuku. Ready Ocha. Uraraka. Ready Izu. Mina. And where are you Yuto going? Uraraka. Just outside to train for the sports festival. Mina smirks before speaking. Mina. Well, don't have too much fun wrestling, you never know what might happen. This comment made both of them blush. Uraraka. Mina. Mina just laughs as they leave to go outside. Izuku. So what do you want to do first? Uraraka. What do you mean? Izuku. Do you want to start with a little sparring session, or do you want to do some weapon training? Uraraka. But I don't use any weapons. Izuku. I could teach you to use some if you want. Uraraka. Really, can you teach me how to use those throwy things? Izuku. Shurikens. Uraraka. Yeah, Izuku. Sure, but let's do some light sparring first. Uraraka. Okay, let's go. They walked to the mat that Izuku laid out earlier and got into fighting stance. Uraraka. Ready to lose Izu. Izuku. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Hearing this, Uraraka smirks and runs towards him and tries to hit him, only for him to duck under it and sweep her legs, causing her to fall on the mat. He gets up and helps her up. Izuku. You okay? Uraraka. Yeah, I am okay. They get back to their sids ready for round 2. This time she runs at him trying to tackle him for him to roll out of the way, making her fall forward, hitting the mat. She quickly gets up and tries to take a punch him, only for Izuku to grab her wrist and spin her round before holding her so she couldn't move. Uraraka. Okay, I give up. Izuku lets her go. Izuku. Sorry, are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? Uraraka. No, I'm okay, so let's go again. Izuku. How about I show you some moves, help you improve? Uraraka. Sure, so what should I do? Izuku. Well, let's show you how to throw a proper punch, so stand in the middle of the mat and get into a fighting stance. She does what he says as he does the same next to her. Uraraka. So now what? Izuku. Okay, when you throw a punch, put your back and waist into it. When you do this, it adds more power into you punch, making you hit harder. He gives her an example which she imitates. Izuku. Notice the difference. Uraraka. Yeah, that's a lot more powerful. Izuku. Okay, try adding a kick to it. He throw the punch and then a quick side kick at the end of the punch. Izuku. Yeah, just like that, great job. Uraraka. Thank anything else you got to tech me. She says with a smiling and doing some light punches, making him giggle a bit. Izuku. How about we use some weapons? Her eyes lit up when he said that. Uraraka. Can you show me how to use shurikens? Izuku tries to calm her down before they walk in front of a tree and handing her a shuriken. Izuku. Okay, so what you want to do is stand to you side, hold it at the edge, and when you're ready, throw. She does as she's instructed. When she throws it, it hits the edge of the tree. She immediately turns to him, happy with what she did. Uraraka. I did it. Did you see that? Izuku. Yeah, you did great, but watch this. He throws one, hitting the center of the tree. Uraraka. Show off. He smiles before he passes her another one. Izuku. Okay, before you throw this one, take a deep breath, relax and don't overthink it. She nods before taking a deep breath and throwing it, getting close to the center of the tree. When she saw where it hit, she immediately hugged him out of excitement, which he quickly returned. After a second or two they broke the hug. Uraraka. That was awesome. Izuku. So you thinking of incorporating them into your hero persona? Uraraka. I don't think they will suit what type of her I'm thinking of being. Izuku. Well, what type of hero are you trying to be? Maybe we can find a weapon that could help you. Uraraka. I was thinking of being a rescue hero. Izuku thinks before walking to the side and picking up 2 bow staffs before walking back and passing her one. Izuku. How about you try this? Uraraka. Stick. Izuku. It's a bow staff. It should help with rescue work since most fights during rescue missions will be close up. Uraraka. Hey Izu, how do you know how to use all these weapons? Izuku. Let's just say I have a very good teacher. Uraraka shrugged this off as they proceeded to practice, with Uraraka showing some natural talent with the bow staff. After a while the sun was beginning to set, signaling that it was time for them to go in. Izuku. It's getting late, we should pack it up for the night. We can continue this tomorrow if you want. Uraraka. I would like that. She tries to give him the bow staff back only for him to tell her to keep it. After a few minutes of tidying everything away, they said goodnight to each other before going to their dorm rooms for the night. Izuku is currently driving through the city in the Batmobile on patrol while talking to Bruce. Batman. I've been looking into the students Aizawa and Nezu told me to for 6 days and nothing. They go to class and then the dorms. Bruce calm. So you've got nothing. Batman. Know anything on your end? Bruce calm. Nothing solid, just rumors about a new drug. Batman. That it? Bruce calm. Afraid so. Izuku just signed before the computer notifies Bruce about a robbery. Batman. What's up? Bruce calm. The new Sky Cam has picked up some late shoppers at Vid City. Batman. I'm on it. Izuku turns towards the direction of Vid City. When he gets over it, he drops out of the Batmobile and glides down to the roof of the shop where he entered the vent. In the shop there was a group of 4 teenagers wearing ski masks, smashing display cases and taking everything inside them and stuffing them into duffel bags. Teen 1. Are you sure we're not going to get caught? Teen 3. Stop worrying, we just have to sell the tech. Teen 2. Then we'll have enough to buy a crate of slappers. Well, breeze through the sports festival. While the 3 were talking, the last of the group walked up to a wall of monitors and TVs. As soon as he got close to them, it started showing him on the screens. When he noticed he was now being projected on the screens, he turned to them and got their attention. Teen 4. Hey guys, look, I'm on the big screen. Before he could say anything else, Izuku drops from the vents and sweeps his legs, causing him to fall back over. Batman. Over 500 channels but still nothing good on. Teen 1. Run. The group all start running for the door. Only Izuku throws a batarang at the door, making them back away. One of the group turns and tries to take a swing at him, only for Izuku to catch his arm and flip him onto the floor. Immediately 2 more of the group ran at him. Teen 2. We can take him. Teen 4. Yeah. When they got close to him, one of them tried to punch him in the face, only for Izuku to sidestep it before hitting him in the back, causing him to faceplant the floor. Izuku quickly spins and kicks the other teens in the stomach before uppercutting him to the ground. While this was happening, the one teen that didn't try to attack Izuku pulled 3 patches out his pocket and slapped it on his skin. As soon as the patch made contact with the skin, his veins started pulsating and his muscles started growing a little bit. Batman. It's over. As Izuku walks up to him, he yells no before punching Izuku across the room. Izuku quickly gets up and punches him several times for it to do nothing, as the teen backhanded him, causing him to fly into a display, smashing it. The rest of the group made a run for it as the teen grabbed Izuku from the display and held him above his head. Acting quick, Izuku grabbed one of the patches before the teen slammed his ribs over his knee before Izuku was thrown through the wall, causing him to be buried in rubble. After a few seconds, Izuku climbed out of the pile of rubble only to look through the hole in the wall to see the group was gone. Izuku makes his way back to the Batmobile holding his ribs. As soon as he made his way into the Batmobile, he placed it on autopilot, heading back to the Batcave before slouching in pain. He then tells the Batmobile to contact Aizawa. Aizawa. It's late, what's the problem? Batman. I ran into a group of 4 teens robbing a tech shop. Aizawa. And that's my business, how? Batman. because one of them proceeded to slap 3 patches on himself before picking me up and throwing me through a wall like I was made of styrofoam. Aizawa. Are you okay? Batman. I think he might have broken some of my ribs, but I did manage to grab one of the patches before they got away. Aizawa. What do you need from me? Batman. Try and see if you can find a group of 4 trying to sneak back into any of the dorms. Aizawa. Got it? Anything else you need to tell me? Batman. I might be late to the sports festival tomorrow. Aizawa. I'll see what I can do to cover till you get there. Batman. Thanks. Aizawa hangs up as Izuku makes it to the cave. After about 2 hours, Izuku is sitting on a table with only the bottom half of the batsuit on with his ribs bandaged up. Bruce was analyzing the patch Izuku managed to get. Izuku. Got anything from it? Bruce. It'll take a while to break down what it's made of. Izuku grunts as he gets off the table and walks up to Bruce. Bruce. You should take it easy for a while, you have 2 broken ribs. Izuku. No, can do the sports festival in today. By the time I get back to I'll only have a couple minutes to rest if I'm lucky. Bruce. I'll inform you when the breakdown is done. Izuku nods before walking to get changed into regular clothes before making his way back to UA. By the time he makes it to UA, the class has already left for the stadium. He goes to the dorms to get changed into his gym clothes only to meet with Aizawa standing at the dorm doors. Aizawa. Took you long enough. Izuku. Sorry, left the car here and it was too bright to drive the other car here. Aizawa. How's the ribs? Izuku. 2 broken, so what's the excuse we're giving? Aizawa. You went out for a morning run and got hurt. Izuku walks past Aizawa to go to his dorm to drop off his suit and change into his gym clothes. After a couple minutes he comes back down to Aizawa. Izuku. Let's get going. Aizawa stops him from going any further. Izuku. What? Aizawa puts his palm out toward him. Aizawa. Keys. Izuku. You want the keys to my car. Aizawa. You've had no sleep and a pair of busted ribs, so hand over the keys. Izuku. Grown fine. He hands the keys over to Aizawa as they make their way into the car and down to the stadium. Izuku. Hey Aizawa, where's Ace? I didn't see him in the dorms. Aizawa. Uraraka took him with her on the bus, he should be with her at the stadium. Izuku. Did you find anyone sneaking back into the dorms? Aizawa. Yeah, and you'll never guess who. Izuku. It wouldn't happen to be the group you gave a file on, would it? Aizawa just groans in agreement. After a few minutes they make it to the stadium where Aizawa gives Izuku his keys back before they go their separate ways, with Aizawa going to the observation room while Izuku goes to the 1A waiting room. As he opens the door, getting everybody inside attention. As they look towards the door they see Izuku walking through the door immediately. Uraraka, Izumi, Katsumi and Ace run up to him. Uraraka hugged him, causing him to grunt in pain, causing her to immediately let go. Uraraka. I'm sorry, are you okay? That fall must have really hurt you. Izuku. Fall. Izumi. Yeah, Aizawa said you were on a run until you fell down a hill and landed on a rock. Izuku. Yeah, it really hurt. Katsumi. Come on Izuku, come with me, I'll take care of you. Katsumi grabs his hand only for Uraraka to grab his other arm and pull him toward her before walking to the other side of the room with Ace. Katsumi was about to go after them until Izumi placed her hand on her shoulder, making her stop. Katsumi just scoffs while walking to a nearby seat. With Izuku and Uraraka. Uraraka. Are you sure you're okay? Izuku. It's just pair of broken ribs, it's okay. Uraraka. It doesn't sound okay. Do you need some ice or painkillers? If you need, I tell Aizawa that you see a. Izuku stops her before she could continue. Izuku. Ocha, look, I am okay, it's just a little pain, I'll be fine, you don't need to worry about me. Uraraka. Sai, I'm always going to worry about you, but are you sure you're okay? Izuku. I am sure. Uraraka. Okay. Uraraka proceeds to lightly hit him on the arm over and over while he tried to protect himself. Izuku. OWW. Ace help. Ace proceeds to lie down while still watching them. Izuku. Little traitor. Uraraka. This is for making me worry so much. Izuku. Okay. I am sorry. While this was going on, Todoroki was watching them until he got up and walked over to Izuku. The act caught the attention of the rest of the class. He stood over Izuku before speaking. Shoto Yagi, I sure you one of if not the most skilled of the class, but looking at things objectively I'm stronger than you. Izuku just looks at him waiting for him to continue. Shoto. But, Aizawa, All Might and Magnetic seem to have their eyes on you and your sister, don't they? But I'm not trying to pry about that. But I am going to beat you. After hearing this, Izuku gets up from his seat facing Shoto. As they were glaring at each other, they could hear Denki competing on what was happening in front of him. Denki. Oh, is one of the strongest in the class declaring war. Izuku and Shoto were still glaring at each other until Kirishima tries to stop them from starting a fight. Kirishima. Hey, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? We're about to start. Shoto. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? After saying this, Shoto walks away from them as Lita bursts through the door telling them to head towards the field. The class heads out to the field to the cheers of the crowd. As the class gets to the field, Present Mic can be heard from the speakers announcing the classes. Present Mic. Are you ready? The U.A. Sports Festival is about to begin. With the teachers, Toshi and Inko were watching the students walk onto the field, specifically Izuku and Izumi. Inko. Izuku, Izumi, please be careful. Toshi. I want both of you to show the world who you are and show them what you're made of. Show them that you're here. Present Mic. Welcome listeners young and old to the U.A. Sports Festival. The huge battle where up and coming heroes test their abilities against one another to see who's the top dog of the year. After every student made their way onto the field, Midnight walked onto stage. As soon as she did, some of the audience were ogling her until she made it to the mic. Midnight. Hello and welcome to the yearly U.A. Sports Festival. To start this off, let's get a speech from our student representative. Will Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A come up to the stage? Katsuki walks up to the stage with a sour look on his face until he gets to the mic. There was a few seconds of silence as mostly everybody was waiting for the heart-wrenching motivational speech he was about to give. Katsuki. I just want to say, I'm going to win. This started an uproar from the students as Izuku just holds his hand over his face. Izuku. We should have seen that coming. Izumi. Really, Katsuki? After his speech, Midnight tucked back over. Midnight. Well, thank you for that amazing speech. Anyway, let's not waste any more time and get on to our first event, and this year's first event is. As soon as she said this, the screens around the arena started showing a roulette wheel cycling through the events until it lands on one event. Midnight. And the first event is the obstacle race. Will all students head to the starting line so we can begin the race? All the students headed to the starting line while they were waiting for the race to begin. Izuku was keeping his eye on the group of 4 who were at the edge, keeping away from the rest of the students. Izuku walked over to the group to listen to their conversation unnoticed by them. Chin 2. Did you get them? Chin 1. No, because of Batman I didn't have enough time to meet our dealer. I'll have to see him tonight to get more. Chin 4. So we have to make do with the little we have. Chin 3. Heads up, the race is about to start. Izuku pretends he wasn't listening to them as the group passed him. Izuku goes back to where he was before walking to the group. When he got back to his position, the screen above them started counting down from 5. As soon as the countdown said go, every student started running out of the tunnel. When Shoto got out of the tunnel, he uses his ice to freeze some of the students' feet to the ground while the rest acted quick enough to avoid the ice. The students made their way across the ice. As soon as Izuku made it across the ice, he saw Mineta being hit by one of the robots from the entrance exam. Izuku. I've said this one and I'll say it again, U.A. has far too much money. Acting fast, Shoto lets off a large ice wave towards a zero-pointer, freezing it in place while covering most of the area in mist before he ran under the zero-pointer. The mist blinded all of the other students, however Izuku managed to run through the mist. On his way through the mist, he grabs a pipe of one of the smaller robots and rips it out before continuing to run through the mist, leaving most of the class behind. While Izuku was running, he heard multiple explosions behind him. As he looked back, seeing the Bakugo twins using their explosions to propel them over the robots while also gaining on him and Shoto. Izuku. This is going to be hard enough without 2 busted ribs. As they continue on their way, they make it to the next obstacle, which are multiple pillars of varying size connected with steel cables suspended over a large drop. Before anyone could do anything, the Bakugo twins use their explosions to help them jump from one pillar to another, while Shoto uses his ice to slide across the cable. Before Izuku could do anything, Izumi ran past him and used her quirk to fly over the obstacle. Izuku just groans out of annoyance before he jumps and uses the pipe he grabbed to hang and grind across the cable. Izuku. This isn't the fastest way, but at least it's working. He makes it to the other side out of breath from dealing with the pain from his ribs. When he looks back, he sees the other students making their way across the obstacle. He just sighs before beginning to run after the group in front of him holding his ribs. Izuku. Can't stop now, gotta work through the pain. Izuku focuses on the group ahead of him while also trying to ignore the pain he's in. As he gets close to them, he sees them in the middle of what looks to be a minefield. Without thinking, he started hopping in between the mines. This kept up until he got close to the group to see him approaching, causing them to have to step it up. Shoto started creating an ice path while the rest started flying over some of the mines. Izuku. Got to think of something quick or I am going to lose. Izuku starts to move faster before getting an idea. As he was getting closer, he threw the pipe he tucked in front of them and hit a mine. As it went off, it knocked them back, giving Izuku enough time to jump through the smoke to make it to the end of the minefield. When he lands, he immediately starts running. The only thing he could hear was Katsuki yelling at him. Izuku just kept running as fast as he could. As the group was catching up to him, he was getting close to the finish line. Getting desperate, Izuku dives forward as the group catches up, only for Izuku to cross the line first. Present mic. And the winner of our first event is Izuku Yagi. The audience starts cheering for Izuku's victory, only for Izuku to walk to the nearest wall before sliding down it, so he was sitting down trying to catch his breath. After a while, the rest of the students ran across the finish line. As soon as Uraraka makes it to the finish line, she immediately goes up to him. Uraraka. Great job getting first, but are your ribs okay? Izuku. Thanks, and just a little pain. Uraraka. As long as you're okay. Uraraka helps him up as they go to the group waiting for midnight to announce the next event. Midnight. The top 42 made it to the next round, but don't feel bad if you didn't make it to the top 42. You all did amazing. Now let's see what the next event will be. The wheel spins. As it spins, the students and audience wait in anticipation until it lands on the next event. Midnight. And our second event is the accuracy challenge. This challenge will consist of every one of our combatants throw a ball at a target. The ones who get the closest to the center move on to the final round. After saying this, a collection of targets were placed on the field. Midnight asked for the first group to step forward to take their throws. After a few students took their throws, it came to the last students. Izuku came up to the stand ready to throw the ball. As it came to his turn, he got ready to throw the ball before his ribs began to hurt, causing him to fall onto one of his knees. Izuku. Why'd I have to do this with broken ribs? As Izuku was on his knee, the audience was beginning to be concerned about him. Audience member 1. Is that kid okay? Audience member 3. I don't know, he just fell on his knee. Audience member 2. He's been holding his ribs all through the events. Audience member 4. Do you think he's injured? Hearing this, Izuku got back to his feet ready to try and throw the ball again. He summoned all the strength he had left to throw the ball as accurately as possible. When the ball hit the target, it was only a few inches away from the center. After this, he walked back to the side where Uraraka grabbed his arm and helped him to group. Izuku. Ocha, you don't have to hold me. Uraraka. Izu, you collapsed onto your knee. Doing the sports festival is only hurting you. Izuku. I am fine. He gave her a warm smile before she could speak, and Midnight started telling everyone who moved on to the next event. Midnight. Okay, now we have our final combatants. We are going to take a little break for our students to get some food and rest before we move on. All the students made their way to the dining room as they were heading to get dinner. Izuku noticed the group of teens heading off in the opposite direction to everybody else. Seeing this, Izuku followed them, keeping a safe distance from them so they didn't notice him. He followed them out and around the building. Izuku hid behind the wall so they couldn't see him as he listened in on them. Chin 2. Have you set up the meeting? Chin 4. Of course I did, I'll be meeting up with him tonight. Chin 1. It's not like it matters we didn't even get into the final round. Team 3. So what, we can still become great sports stars with the slappers. Everything was going well until he heard a familiar voice yelling coming from behind him, catching his and the group's attention. Looking back, Izuku saw Uraraka running up to him. Izuku. Shit, bad timing, Ochako. Uraraka. Hey Izu, what ya doing round here? Izuku. Not enough time to get out of here before they find us and nowhere to hide without being found. Suddenly an idea come to Izuku before the group managed to get round the corner. Izuku grabbed Uraraka and pulled her close. Izuku. Do you trust me? Uraraka. What? Izuku. I'll explain everything later, but for now, do you trust me? Uraraka. Yeah, of course I do. As the group was coming round the corner, Izuku lightly pushed her against the wall before leaning in like he was going to kiss her. This act made Uraraka blush as her mind was racing. Uraraka. Is he going to kiss me? She was about to lean forward until they both heard someone clear their throat. Turning the noise, they saw the group looking at them. Team 2. Are we interrupting? Izuku stopped leaning towards Uraraka before acting surprised that there were more people there. Izuku. Sorry, we didn't think anyone else would be here. Team 3. Don't worry about it. Izuku. We should get going again, sorry for interrupting you guys. Izuku and Uraraka walk away from the group. As soon as they got far enough away from the group, Izuku decided to speak. Izuku. Hey Ocha, sorry for all that. Uraraka. No, it's okay. Uraraka. Why did he do that? Does he like me? No, it has to do with those guys, but why he has been acting weird. He's always tired and he's disappearing a lot. Before she could finish her thought, they heard Mike tell the students to make their way back to the field to start the final event of the festival. Izuku. It looks like we're being called back in. Uraraka. Why, yeah, let's go. They both made their way to the field for the next event, both still reeling from what happened only moments ago. As they get onto the field, Midnight goes to the mic. Midnight. I hope everybody is well rested and refreshed because it's the finale of this year's sports festival. The final event is a 1v1, so can every student leave apart from Izuku Yagi and Hitoshi Shinso for the first round. When she finished, all the students left apart from Izumi and Shinso. As Izuku and the rest of the class take their seats to watch Izumi and Shinso get ready for their matches, Mike announces it. Present Mike. On our left we have from the hero course Izuku Yagi, and on our left we have from the general studies Hitoshi Shinso. As they got into the arena ready to battle, Izuku felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Looking to where it came from, he saw Shoto motioned him to follow him. Being curious to what he could have wanted, he decided to follow him into the hallway. As they were in the hallway staring at each other before Izuku spoke up. Izuku. Is there a reason why you brought me here, or did you just want to have a staring competition? Shoto. You're hiding something. Izuku. What, Shoto? You talk a lot but you don't say anything, almost like you afraid to reveal something. Izuku. I'm not hiding anything. Shoto gave him an unimpressed look. Shoto. If that were true, then heroes like All Might and Magnetic wouldn't have their eyes on you or your sister, so what are you two to them, their nephew and niece or something? Izuku gives him a small smirk. Izuku. Unfortunately, I'm their son. Shoto. You sound like you have some resentment to them. Izuku. More than you could imagine. This piqued his interest. Shoto. What happened? Izuku. I could ask you the same question. You don't speak about you family. Shoto. There's things there you could never understand. Izuku. Sigh, I'm probably the only one who could even remotely understand. Shoto only responded with a cold glare. Shoto. What are you hiding? Izuku doesn't break his glare. Shoto. It doesn't matter. As he was beginning to walk off, he had one last thing to say. Shoto. Now I know who your father is. It'll make my victory over you all the more meaningful. After saying this, they both went back to their seats. As Izuku was sitting, he was not paying attention to anything around him. Izuku. If he's starting to suspect something else about me, who else is? While he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt something poke him on the cheek, snapping him out of his thoughts. As he see Uraraka poking him. Izuku. Is everything okay? Uraraka. What's got you thinking so hard? Izuku. It's nothing, just thinking of strategies. Uraraka. Why do I feel like he's lying to me? After a while, Uraraka was now in the waiting room contemplating how she was going to win against Katsuki. She was pulled from her thoughts as the door to the room opened revealing Izuku walking in. Izuku. Hi, Uraraka. Hey, what you doing here? Izuku. Just came to see if you're okay. Uraraka. Yeah, I'm just a little nervous. Izuku. I get that you are going against Katsumi. Uraraka looks down at her hands on the table before responding in a sad tone. Uraraka. Yeah, Izuku. You know I do have a contingency plan for the Bakugos. If you want to know them, it would help with you match. Uraraka contemplated on this before turning to him. Uraraka. Thank you Izuku, but no. He just gives her a confused look. Uraraka. After the first lesson of hero training I've been waiting to get a chance to fight her again. Izuku. I still don't get why you don't want my help. Uraraka. It's because I want to fight her on my own. I want to beat her on my own. Izuku. If you're sure that's what you want, then I won't get in your way. Uraraka. Thanks Izu. They both smile at each other before they hear midnight call for them to head to the arena. Before she leaves the room she runs back to him before giving him a thumbs up. Uraraka. Wish me luck. Izuku. Good luck. Before she could leave the room fully he had one more thing to say. Izuku. Oh, and Ochako, kick her ass. Hearing this made her smile as she leaves the room full and starts heading down the hall to the arena. Uraraka. I can't let them down, I won't let them down. As they both enter the arena, Mike starts to announce them to the crowd. Present Mike. On our left, her personality is as explosive as her quirk Katsumi Bakugo. And on our right, the gravity-defying girl Ochako Uraraka. Let the match begin. As they got to the arena they just keep staring at each other until Midnight walked up to the mic. Midnight. Alright, I clean fight. If both combatants are ready we can begin in. As soon as they heard the siren, Uraraka ran at her ready to attack her, only for Katsumi to use her quirk to blow her back. After doing this Katsumi smirks at her. Katsumi. I'll show Izuku that you are nothing special. Uraraka quickly got off the ground before running at her again. Katsumi tries to attack her, only for Uraraka to duck under her attack before sweeping her legs, causing her to fall back over. Before Uraraka could do anything, uses both her hands to let off a big explosion, causing Uraraka to fly to the middle of the arena. They both got back to their feet as fast as they could. They both gave aggressive glares before charging at each other. When they got arm's reach from each other, Katsumi tries to throw a punch, only to be intercepted by Uraraka as she hit it away, leaving Katsumi open. Acting quick, she grabs her head and pulls it down while at the same time pulling her knee up, hitting Katsumi's head against her knee hard before throwing her over her shoulder. As Katsumi tries to get up, she kicks her in the stomach. Katsumi gets back to her feet, only for Uraraka to strike her in the face as hard as she could. This caused Katsumi to stumble back, holding her face. Uraraka. You can thank Izu for teaching me those moves. Uraraka. I have to play it smart. I shouldn't use my quirk. She can use her explosions to propel herself. Katsumi moves her hands away from her face, only for Uraraka to see a little bit of blood falling from her nose. Katsumi starts running at her in a fit of rage. She pulls her fist up, looking like she was going to throw a hook. Uraraka gets ready to catch a hook, only for Katsumi to throw her hand back before she uses her explosion to propel herself into the air and over Uraraka's head until she was behind her. Before she could react, Katsumi lets off an explosion, hitting her in the back before she was grabbed by the back of the shirt and pulled back before being hit in the stomach with the explosion, causing her to be thrown back a couple feet before stopping. Uraraka tries to get up, only for Katsumi to quickly use her explosion to keep her on the ground. Uraraka tries to get up again, only for her left arm to give out, causing her to collapse to the ground as she was struggling to get up. Uraraka. It can't end like this. I have to get up. I have to win. I can't disappoint them. I can't disappoint him, not like I did during battle training. She tries with all her might to get to her feet multiple times, only for her to keep falling back to the ground. Uraraka. I have to prove that I can be a hero. After thinking this, she blacked out. After a few seconds, Midnight announced Katsumi as the winner. With Izuku. During the whole fight he was leaning forward on the edge of his seat, gripping the arms of the seat. When the verdict was announced, he watched two medbots take Uraraka to the nurse's office. Seeing this, he got up from his seat and started heading to the nurse's office as fast as he could. After a little bit, Izuku opens the door to the office to see Uraraka sitting on the bed looking at her hands with a sad look on her face. When he saw this, he just gave her a sympathetic look before walking to her. As he reached the bed, she gave him a quick glance. Izuku was about to speak only for him to notice some tears building up in her eyes. Uraraka. I am so sorry. Hearing this caught him off guard. He sat on the edge of the bed before grabbing her hand. Izuku. What are you sorry for? Uraraka. I am sorry that I disappointed you and my parents. Izuku places his hand on her cheek, making her look at him. Izuku. Do you really think you disappointed us? She didn't say anything and tried to avoid looking at him in the eye. Izuku. Ochako, you did incredible, and do you want to know something? She looks at him. Uraraka. What? Izuku. I for one am incredibly proud of you, and I know you parents are too. Hearing this caused the tears to finally fall from her eyes as she hugged him as hard as she could. This act sent a jolt of pain through his ribs. He hugged her back, trying to not show he was in pain. The hug went on for a few seconds until Present Mike spoke up, announcing for Izuku and Shoto to come to the arena for their fight. Uraraka. Oh god Izu, I'm sorry, because of me you didn't have time to prepare for you round. Izuku. It's okay, I'll see you after the round. Uraraka. Good luck, I'll be watching and rooting for you. He gives her a warm look which she returns before he leaves the room. As he walks down the hallway until a loud booming voice is heard behind him, causing him to turn around to see. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.